Salutăm și participanții din mediul online. Good morning. Good morning, Michael. Aș prefera ca introducerea să o fac în limba română pentru invitații noștri. Vă mulțumim pentru prezență. Thank you for your presence. Câteva chestiuni organizatorice la început de eveniment, de training. Cei care intră online vor fi rugați să intre fără sonor. Cei care doresc și nu au putut să intre, să vină fizic și vor să intre online, să folosească adresele de e-mail din corespondență pentru a li se furniza linkul de Zoom. Cei care sunt aici prezenți, vă mulțumesc, bună dimineața încă o dată. De ce ne-am gândit să facem acest training EEN2EIC? Este un subproiect al proiectului PROSME. Noi suntem parteneri în proiectul PROSME, care activează pe rețeaua Enterprise Europe Network, iar proiectul EEN2EIC își dorește și și-a propus, de când a fost lansat, creșterea propunerilor calitative ale companiilor și ale startup-urilor inovative la apelul EIC Accelerator. Dacă nu ați aflat încă de el, cu siguranță, dacă rămâneți astăzi alături de noi, veți afla mai multe detalii. Voi deschide acest eveniment cu invitata noastră, NCP-ul România pentru EIC Accelerator, Elena Ungureanu, care ne va adresa câteva cuvinte din perspectiva dumneai. Mulțumesc, Elena, pentru participare.
Mulțumesc și eu. Good morning, everyone. I am happy to be here today. Thank you for the invitation. I am Elena Ungureanu, NCP for two Horizon programs, European Innovation Council and European Innovation Ecosystems. And together with my colleagues, I am currently working in NCP unit within EIC, the public institution that is hosting us. We are providing support and assistance for Romanian applicants. And because one of my main tasks is to provide that support in Romanian language, in national language, I'm going to switch to Romania. Bună dimineața din nou! Azi vă voi prezenta acele modalități prin care, în calitate de puncte naționale de contact, oferim suport pentru aplicanții români. Acest suport este bine de știut că este un serviciu public, este gratuit și constă fie în clarificări pe care le putem oferi solicitărilor adresate prin intermediul e-mail-ului sau al telefonului, prin întâlniri 1-la-1, prin întâlniri online și în condiții de confidențialitate absolută. Cele 4 modalități prin care oferim acest sprijin ar putea fi împărțite sau se concretizează în suport pentru ideea de proiect, suport pentru propunerea de proiect și suport pentru asistență în perioada de implementare. Mare parte din acest sprijin se oferă în perioada de elaborare a propunerii de proiect și mare parte din rolul meu încetează în momentul în care ați apăsat butonul Submission, adică ați depus propunerea de proiect. Pentru prima modalitate, pentru ideea de proiect, îmi puteți transmite o pagină, cel mult, pe e-mail, Este foarte important să indicați apelul, iar pentru că astăzi focusul este pe EIC Accelerator, pentru EIC vă rog să-mi indicați unul dintre multele apeluri lansate anual la care doriți să aplicați. Vă voi trimite în schimb condițiile de participare și materiale suport pe care le-am elaborat în corelare cu documentele oficiale adoptate, cel puțin pentru EIC până acum, în fiecare an. În momentul de față, de exemplu, este în pregătire și urmează a fi adoptat nou program de lucru al European Innovation Council, ceea ce a făcut ca săptămâna trecută, joi după masă, termenul de depunere pentru prima etapă a EIC Accelerator, short proposal, să fie devansat din decembrie la sfârșitul lui octombrie. Se va redeschide după adoptarea noului program de lucru, dar se va face în noile condiții prevăzute în programul de lucru pentru 2026. Cealaltă modalitate. Aveți deja o propunere elaborată. Ne-o puteți transmite și vom analiza din perspectiva condițiilor pe care trebuie să le îndeplinească pentru a fi eligibilă, deci din perspectiva condițiilor specifice prevăzute în topicul call-ului. Nu vom face recomandări pe conținutul tematic sau științific și nu înlocuiește evaluarea care se face de către experții selectați de către Comisia Europeană. Și aici o să revin la un aspect general. Întreaga procedură de depunere pentru orice program Horizon Europe, însemnând depunerea propunerii de proiect, evaluarea, încheierea contractului de finanțare, a grant agreement-ului, implementarea, este coordonată de către Comisia Europeană. Prin urmare, acel feedback pe care pot să vi-l dau pentru propunerea de proiect, pentru partea B, nu înlocuiește evaluarea care va fi făcută după ce depuneți propunerea. Tot pentru designul propunerii de proiect, putem stabili o întâlnire 1 la 1 în care să discutăm despre cele 3 secțiuni importante care se regăsesc în orice propunere Horizon Europe, respectiv excelență, impact, implementare. Iar pentru EIC Accelerator este bine de știut că excelența nu se referă la rezultatele cercetării, ci la excelența companiei. Și în fine, în cazul fericit în care ați reușit să câștigați, mai putem oferi suport în perioada de implementare, dar acel suport se referă strict la raportările periodice pe care va trebui să le faceți către Comisia Europeană și la fel nu înlocuiește ce vine în completarea sprijinului pe care îl primiți de la departamentele sau specialiștii pe care îi aveți în domeniile juridic, financiar, resurse umane și așa mai departe. În concluzie, asigurăm legătura direct cu Comisia Europeană, cu acele agenții executive care gestionează aceste programe, pentru EIC, pentru întregul EIC, la fel ca și pentru EIE. Agenția executivă este EISMEA, iar în schimbul acestui serviciu public, gratuit, cu asigurarea confidențialității, am o singură mare rugăminte. Aș dori feedback, chiar și atunci când, sau mai ales atunci când nu reușiți. Pentru că nici când nu se învață mai ușor decât dintr-un eșec. Iar din experiențele adunate până acum și împărtășite celor cu care am lucrat, am reușit ca anul acesta, și nu pot să dau date exacte, dar pot să ofer câteva repere, în luna iunie numărul de propuneri short proposal, deci propuneri depuse la prima etapă a EIC Accelerator, a depășit întregul număr de depuneri ce au fost depuse anul trecut, pe tot anul 2024, iar în aceeași lună, România, ca număr de depuneri short proposal, a ocupat primul loc între țările widening, între cele 15 țări widening. Și aceasta s-a făcut în mare parte pe baza feedback-ului pe care l-am primit de la cei care au aplicat. Și poate altă dată vom vorbi cum se poate valorifica un Evaluation Summary Report pentru o propunere respinsă. Vă mulțumesc pentru atenție, mulțumesc încă o dată pentru invitație. Dacă sunt întrebări, vă stau la dispoziție.
Mulțumim, Elena. Thank you very much. So, in this moment, it's my pleasure to introduce in our event, EEN2EIC Capacity Building. Actually, I want to ask you something. For those who want to join us online, please send the request to our colleagues, my colleagues, to send the Zoom link to help to join us. Also, EEN2EIC, it's a project where Magurele Science Park is Consortium Innovation Leader in PROSME project, where also is partner in this project. I hope to help you to understand better how to submit quality proposal to EIC Accelerator, especially how to write a quality proposal, a good proposal to understand the mechanism of EIC funding, and many more from our special guest, I say simple, Michael. Thank you, and the floor is yours.
Oh, thank you. Good morning, everybody. My name is Michael Kerschbaumer. I am from Austria, so I don't want to talk about yesterday, okay? This is off limits. Yeah, thanks for having me here in this really wonderful and beautiful building. And yeah, I did not really understand very much. Oh, thank you. I didn't really understand very much from what you were saying. But I just got a few words like ESR and capacity building and all this. So yeah, we're going to be focusing today on the EIC Accelerator. We're going to look at what kind of companies the Commission is looking for. We're also going to look at the question of how is this evaluated. We're going to also look at your ecosystem here and how to find the perfect companies for this kind of endeavor. But before we get into that, I would really like to know who am I talking to? I mean, I know Christy for a long time, but that's about it. I mean, I talked to Roxana. And just give me your name, your organization. Are you part of the Enterprise Europe Network or a company? And what I would really like to know, just to know where to start when we talk today, what's your competence in terms of the EIC Accelerator? Start from 0, I have no idea, up to 10, I'm an NCP, I know everything. So maybe we start here. Sir, are you a company? Are you Enterprise Europe Network?
Yes, company. Consultancy and
Okay. Okay. What's your competence in the EIC Accelerator, starting from 0 to 10?
I mean 4. 3, 4.
3, 4. Okay, perfect. So what about you? Hi.
The European consulting is like companies to attract European funds.
Okay.
Actually, I don't know very much about the EIC Accelerator. I'm gonna learn, I think, today.
So 3, 4, 2.
I think.
Okay, good. 4. 2 4s. So we are, George, we already chatted a little bit. You are also a company, right?
Yes.
Yeah, innovation center. Yeah, we do a lot of telemetry projects
Okay.
now, IoT, stuff IoT, but we have also experience in search projects. In
Okay.
labs,
So your competence 3, 4, 5,
7, 8.
7. Wow. Okay. Wow. So I have to be careful of what I talk about here when I have an expert here.
Got a big book.
Okay. 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 Good. Okay. Okay. Mm-hmm.
But oh, sorry, but we never applied to
Okay.
this kind of proposal, so that's why I'm here.
Okay. I hope I will be able to motivate you a little bit. So, right, ladies first.
Hello, I'm Ana Maria. I started collaborating with EN recently. I'm also part of European Digital Innovation Hub,
Okay.
Hub. So I'm part of supporting companies to apply for European fundings.
Okay.
I have participated several times on several proposals that some companies from Romania submitted to EIC, but I would say it's still 3 or 4 because there are many unknown factors. Thank you.
Okay. Dan, right?
Hello, I'm Dan. I'm from Info County Council, local public authorities. I'm here to learn more about EIC.
Okay. So you came to the right place.
Good morning. My name is Andrei. I've been living in London for the last 11 years, and I've been a grant advisor and grant innovation advisor, especially in the UK, for the last few years. And now I'm building a startup using generative AI to help advisors and consultants write better proposals.
Okay, good. Generative AI, that's a topic I'm going to touch on a little bit later on anyway.
Hello, I'm Bogdan. I'm the founder and CEO of a startup called Inslog. It's a digital health tech. And experience in EIT is maybe like 4 or 5. We applied in EIT. We are the winner of EIT Digital Ventures 2022. And this year, Stars Awards. We started with some consultancy company from Italy. We want to apply.
Okay, very good. Oh, Christy, you have next.
Christy Armindan, Regional Development Agency, working for EN, former coordinator of Pro SME, I would say around 5.
Okay.
Hello everyone, I am Raul Castanco. I am a business analyst in Simavi. We are a software company, a software imagination and vision. We have a great portfolio of research and development projects, mostly Horizon. We have submitted, and we are very interested in EIC topics. We have submitted EIC Transition, Pathfinder, and we are looking forward to learning from you more about Accelerator.
Okay.
And so I would say 3 or 4.
Okay.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Mike Dragici. I'm Romanian, but I grew up in Texas. And I built Pay by Face, the first biometric payment system in Romania. And now I'm Chief Innovation Officer at Power Dynamic Technologies. And we're turning your face into everything you do throughout the life, like from opening doors to going shopping to taking out money with your face from an ATM, and agentic AIs called EVA. It's hotel concierge. So a lot of really innovative products, all built here in Romania in Bragadiru. So my knowledge of this is almost zero, except for what Madeleine has involved me in lately. So yeah, I'm really excited to learn more about these possibilities.
Oh, that's really scary. So your advice would be in the future to wear masks, right?
Without mask.
Then everybody knows everybody about everything I do? Okay.
Okay, so my name is Dindi from North American Business Center. I'm the vice president, and what we are doing is to help North American companies
to develop in Eastern Europe and Africa, and also helping Romanian companies to go international. So I have really no clue about what's going on. I was invited by Dynamic, and that's fine. I'm very eager to know more.
Okay, good.
Thank you.
So,
Guten Morgen, meine Herren.
Guten Morgen.
I am Paul Olaru. I'm expert from Deutsche Gesellschaft der Metallkunde from the Aachen, Rheinische Westfälische Technische Hochschule. And I work for the Deutsche Aircraft Airbus from Hamburg. I'm a specialist in materials, new materials from the aircraft, and also to implement new technology from the green metallurgy now in our work and decarbonization. And also I'm here in Romania to make collaboration with some part of what is remain from a metallurgy activity here to impose this kind of the save the activity in this kind to don't impoison the nature by the toxin from the metallurgy.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we've heard from you two already. So it looks like we have mostly companies here and less Enterprise Europe Network colleagues, although this project was mainly designed to educate colleagues from the Enterprise Europe Network to be a better support for companies. But yeah, whoever's here and whoever wants to listen is welcome from my side. So what we want to do today is let's get started to make Romanian SMEs fit for the EIC Accelerator. That's the goal for today. So if after this session you all go out and say, okay, I was a 4, now I'm a 6, then I achieved my goal, and I really hope that we can make that. Okay, what are we going to talk about? We're going to talk about the EIC basics, and then share a little bit of the pre-accelerator experiences, talk about how you get into the EIC Accelerator, and then go on to the do's and don'ts of an EIC proposal. And in the afternoon, it's going to be interesting because we're going to have a pitch of a company, correct? And I'm going to show you how we in Austria support our companies when they do a pitch, how we do give us a structured feedback. We found that this is very, very helpful for the companies. And also, it's really great to listen to somebody else pitch and then say, okay, this is what you did right, this is what you did wrong. It's a lovely experience. And if we have time, we're going to look at the ecosystem here in Romania and see if there's something we can improve on that. But as I said, this is purely indicative. Sometimes we don't even manage to get to the last session because there are so many questions and going on. But yeah, we will see how this works. So if you have any question, any remarks during this session, please don't hesitate. Ask me. And I will try my best to answer the question. Okay, I promised basics. For those of you who have zero idea, this is Horizon Europe. Horizon Europe is the biggest support funding program for research and innovation in the world, and it has at the moment 3 pillars. Here, this is the research stuff. Here, this is the so-called clusters. This is where all the collaborative projects happen. So when you work in an international project with other companies and research institutes, this is where you're going in, where you are in Pillar 2. And here, Pillar 3, this is Innovative Europe. This is where we are at. And the European Innovation Council is something very, very specific within Horizon Europe, because this is the only program where a company, a single entity can apply for funding. Everywhere else, you have to have a partner. Well, kind of. In the ERC, in the European Research Council, a single group of researchers can also apply for that. But then you need a host university that doesn't need to be your host. So, But I don't want to go into that. Most important message, this is if you are an SME that wants to do innovation, that wants to go to the market, this is your program. And the EIC has 3 steps, so to say. First step is Pathfinder. And it's organized by TRL. TRL, I suppose everybody knows what TRL levels are, right? Good, very good. So the Pathfinder, this is where you start, where you can start a project. Here you have to have partners though. You start from an idea that has a business perspective. It's different to the ERC, the Research Council. There you do research for the sake of research, for the sake of widening the knowledge space. In the EIC Pathfinder, you can also come up with a crazy idea like a ladder to the moon or an elevator to the moon, stuff like that. But you have to think about business in the background as well. It's not just for widening your horizon. So you start with this. The next phase would then be transition projects within the EIC. I think the EIC transition projects are one of the most interesting ones, because what does the EIC transition say? The EIC transition says, okay, we've done a lot of research. There is a lot of research papers. There are a lot of great ideas where you have like a proof of concept or something. But where are they? They are mostly in universities, in research organizations, somewhere in a drawer, and nobody looks at it anymore because the next project is coming. We have to come up with new ideas because we get European money for generating new ideas, but not for implementing them. Transition wants to change that. So you can actually take up the results from a former European Horizon Europe or Horizon 2020 project where there is great potential for business and apply for a transition project saying, okay, we want to implement that. We want to put that onto the market. And you get funding for that as well. But we're not going to talk in detail about that. What we're here for is for the EIC Accelerator. And the EIC Accelerator is for projects that are not R&D. This is not an R&D funding program. R&D has happened already. You have a proof of concept, you have a prototype, you have an idea of what your market looks like. So what you want to do now is you want to say, okay, I'm going to take this knowledge, I'm going to take this proof of concept, this pilot, and I want to be one of the world's biggest companies by bringing this to the market, being hugely successful, maybe become a unicorn. This is the basic idea of the EIC. Of course, 90% of all companies that get an EIC fund don't become a unicorn. I mean, don't get it. But they grow. They are healthy and they work. I mean, I can say that because I've been working in this area since the predecessor of the EIC Accelerator was called the SME instrument. And yeah, I had a couple of companies, clients of mine with great ideas who went through that, or also to the EIC Accelerator, and none of them became a unicorn. But they're nice companies, 200, 300 people working there, healthy, hidden champions in a very specific niche on the market, making good money. Some of them already made good exits to like big industry. So it's, although the promise of we're gonna be the creators of unicorns didn't really come. I mean, of course, there are a few, but it's mostly about growing a company on a great idea and getting in your desired market niche and to be a leader there. So that's in principle the idea of that. Although the commission would say, we want to create. Yeah, go ahead. In Pathfinder, you have to have partners. In transition, you can have partners. And sometimes it makes sense to have partner up, for example, with the research institute that developed the idea. And in the EIC Accelerator, you're on your own. Yes, in the Pathfinder, yes. Okay. I suppose you all know about the pre-accelerator. The pre-accelerator was designed last year to help especially widening countries as Romania, Bulgaria, Macedonia, Poland, Hungary, and so on, to get their foot in the door a little bit better. Because, I mean, when you look at the results of the EIC Accelerator in the past years, companies from these countries have been very much underrepresented. And there was a lot of discussion about it. The NCP networks, also colleagues from the Enterprise Europe network were saying, okay, we need to do something about that. One thing that was done was the EEN2EIC project, and the other one was the pre-accelerator. The idea of the pre-accelerator is to have a call that is in the framework of the EIC Accelerator, but should help companies to more or less prepare for an EIC Accelerator application. And the main focus was not on developing the proof of concept, but getting closer to the idea of how to market and how to scale the company. That was the idea of the pre-accelerator. It was open in May, and there was it's small. It's just a pilot, 20 million euros for the whole of the widening countries, with a range of 300 to 500K per project. But the 70% funding for direct project cost plus 25 overhead, and yeah, a single stage evaluation. So it's pretty close to what the EIC Accelerator does, but from the content of the proposal, it's more like an EIC transition kind of program. So it was a try to say, okay, because they've seen in the implementation, in the evaluation of especially widening country EIC projects, that the main problems they had were not the competence, were not the excellence, but were parts of the impact and the market. So they thought, okay, if we can focus on this, then these companies might have a good chance to go into the accelerator. So what I would like to ask the colleagues from Romania now, I mean, what was your experience with the pre-accelerator? I mean, is there interest from your clients? Was there interest from your clients here a lot? Okay, for the pre-accelerator, right? So, and what do you think? How many applications will come in from Romania? US and NCP should have all the. Okay. 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 So, but what would be your gut feeling? How many Romanian companies will apply there? Many. 10, 15, 20? Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. Of course, yeah. Okay. No, I think this is really important that there's a lot of interest for these kind of programs because, as I said, it's a pilot. And if the pilot is successful, that means that the Commission will put out another call, hopefully, when you see, okay, it really makes sense to do these kind of works for this kind of specialized target group. So let's see how this works. Although I know these 20 million it's not a lot of money. So you have about 10 projects. So we'll see. No, 100 projects. Okay, but let's jump right into the EIC Accelerator. The EIC Accelerator is, and I already said it, but I need to repeat it. It's the only funding instrument that offers up to 12.5 million euros for the companies, with the ambition and the commitment to scale up. This is essential. You need to have the ambition to go to the market, to scale up, to grow your company. If you say, okay, I have a 20 people company and I'm really comfortable with 20, 30, 40 maybe, and I just want to do what I've been doing, maybe get a little bit more money, then it's not your program. Because you have to want to scale up, and you have to require substantial financial capital on a long-term basis. So this is, the idea is basically to give you money to finish your research, to get from TRL 6 to TRL 8, but then also to give you money to actually grow your company, to scale your company, to scale up production, to scale up your network of sellers, everything that you actually need to really be successful, to be there on the European market or on the global market. Because as we all know, it's not enough to have a good idea. You need to go out, you need to expand, and this costs a lot of money. From building a production site to having representatives in different countries, somebody has to pay for that. And this is what this money is for. Okay, this is what you're going to use to go to the market and be successful. Of course, it's always high risk. With innovation, there's always high risk. And this is another thing that they want. They want high-risk endeavors that cannot be financed by the free market. I mean, if there's such a thing as a free market anyway. But banks, you all know that banks refuse risks. So what you have to argue in order to get money from the EIC Accelerator is that the risk with this project, my project, is so high that no bank will ever fund that. And this is where the European Union comes in. Okay, we're going to help de-risk this project. And then, yeah, you can be so successful. So this is the idea. And as for all startups, if you're not yet on the market, if it's just an idea, just a prototype and a fantasy, it's about the team. Committed and competitive team. What does that mean? That means if you're an inventor and you have a great idea, forget it. If it's just 2 or 3 of you, you might not be successful. You really need to show that you have the capacity in your company to actually, within the project time, grow to a company that then is able to spend the money that you will get through the EIC fund, the equity money. But I'm going to go to this a little bit later. And it's been a success. It's been a successful story over the past years. There are no 2024 numbers yet, but up till the end of 2023, each euro invested in the EIC leveraged 3.5 euros of private investment. So this is a really good success story. For that, it really, really makes sense to do that. Okay, and the EIC Accelerator is mainly known as a bottom-up instrument, meaning that whatever your idea is, you can submit it and you can say, okay, I want to do a project with this. But the Commission, as you all know, also has some strategic goals. Okay, these are things where we lacking behind against our competitors like Asia, like the US. And this is why they are formulating challenges in the EIC Accelerator for companies that are exactly in these areas. So, and these are the challenges for the 2026 Accelerator that are very much in line with the overall strategy of the European Union. And one is advanced materials for your renewable energy and energy storage systems. Obviously, I mean, we know this is a huge thing. Alternative concepts and key enabling technologies for fusion power plants. Yeah, we'll see if this will ever work. But yeah, maybe there's someone in here who has an idea. Biotech for regenerating agricultural soils. Boosting European critical raw material value chain. Okay, this has a lot to do with the question of resilience and also recycling, because I know we get a lot of battery and so on stuff that's not actually native in Europe. So this makes a lot of sense as well. And deep take for climate adaptation. Which more or less means we have given up on the idea that we can stop climate change. So means we have to adapt to climate change, which is kind of sad, but yeah, that's the way our politicians have decided. So yeah, it's about time to do climate adaptation, at least realize there's climate change and we have to do something about it and not ignore it anymore. Okay, so these are the 2026 challenges. So if there are any companies that you know that work in this area, just tell them it's a good chance to go there, because the chances are much higher, because it's a limited task. What does it mean in terms of money? That's always interesting. So the budget for the EIC Accelerator for 2026 is about 330 million euros. And 400 of them are reserved for the open challenge. So whatever your ideas, whatever your brilliant ideas that you want to scale, 400 million there. But there's half of it, 200 million for the thematic challenges. Of course, the thematic challenges, they were very easy in the last year or in the 2025 years, because they were way more specific than the challenges are now. So they made it a little bit more open, so it will be a little bit more competitive. There were challenges last year where we only had like 10 or 15 applications. So that's not really the point. We're gonna wanna make it a little bit more open and a little bit more competitive. So the idea is to fund 3 to 6 projects of each challenge in each cutoff date, which is still a good number, I think, and a good chance. When you think about the general success rate of the EIC Accelerator, what do you think is the, and you're not supposed to answer, what's the average success rate of the EIC Accelerator? Yeah, you totally nailed it. It's 4.5. But it really depends how you look at it and say, okay, everybody who puts in a step 1 proposal to the result. But when you look at it a little bit closer, you can actually improve the success rate. I'm going to talk about that later. There's also a big change in 2026 is the cutoff dates. Last year we only had 2 cutoff dates, one in spring and one in October, just like 1st of October. Now we have 6 cutoff dates, starting in January, going all the way to November. I mean, the interesting thing is, though, there's only 3 dates for interviews in Brussels. So for those of you who don't know yet, you have submission, step 1. I think you explained that earlier. You have a step 1, and then you get invited to a step 2. These are the cutoff dates for step 2, and then you get invited to Brussels for an interview. I'm going to go into that later a little bit more in detail. But the thing is, there's going to be only 3 interview dates. So the idea behind that is that if you're successful in one of these cutoff dates, you can, if you're successful here, you will be at an interview around here. If you're successful here, you can say, okay, I have 2 more weeks until the interview in Brussels. I can hurry or I can take my time. So that you have a little bit more flexibility, that you're not so much under time pressure as you were last year. So we'll see how this works, this idea. I mean, they do a little bit of trial and error, see what's the best way to organize this flood of great ideas, to channel this flood of great ideas, and to come to good decisions and great projects. Okay, these are your funding options. There are basically there are 3 funding options available for you. As I said, we have 2.5 million euros of grant and then up to 10 million of equity that you can get through the EIC Accelerator. There is at the moment an option that's grant only. That's what you used to when you talk about R&D funding, that you get money from the government and you spend it for your project and then nobody will talk about it again. This option is here, is still here, the grant only option, but there's discussion of this being discontinued. I can't promise you whether it's gonna be going on or not. Did they make it? Do you know? Did they make a decision in the council already whether this is going to be continued or not? The grant only option. Okay, there's still, yeah, there's still. I think it makes sense to cancel it, to be honest. No, really, because I mean, now they have the argument. I mean, I have a client who's going for grant, who went for grant only this cutoff date. But they're in a position that is actually, that was designed for, but there are very few companies that have that because they have an investor that just got an 11 million euro investment. But they said, okay, I'm not going to give you the money for research. I'm only going to give you the money for scaling up your production. And they already have products on the market, and they're going with a very brand new product now in the EIC Accelerator. So they have an investor lined up, is already signed, and they just have to de-risk the development. So for companies like that, grant only is perfect, but there are only few that really can show that we've got an investor who stands there ready as soon as we're ready with our product. Because most of the companies, I mean, I have to be honest, are startups. They don't have any products on the market yet. Then they're just beginning. So for them, grant only is just another way of burning money without any consequences. So yeah, I guess this is going to go. Blended finance, that's the main way, and this is what the Commission actually wants. They want to give you money to get from TRL 6 to TRL 9 to TRL 8, but then they want to also offer you equity capital to actually scale your company, because this is the only way of reaching the goal of getting to the market, being successful on the market, making impact on the market. I mean, it's nothing. This money is nothing compared to, like, I mean, when you come from the States, I mean, we're talking 10 times this amount of equity, but we're in Europe. Welcome. And so for Europe, this is really good money. I have to. Do you want to? Okay. Okay, good. Okay, so the equity part, and it's important to know that there are always 3 parties involved in this equity part: your company, the EIC fund, and a private investor. EIC fund very rarely invests on its own. So it's really good if you have a private investor lined up. And I mean, if you get 2.5 million for a research or not a research, a development project, then usually investors line up. If you get the EIC grant, then it's no problem to find a private investor who said, okay, I'm going to invest alongside the EIC fund. That's the experience that my companies, my clients had. And then there's something the Commission really loves, and that's equity only. For companies that are already at tier L8 or that are already on the market with an exceptional technology, they can apply just for the equity part as well. This is usually when you already have somebody, an investor there. Like, okay, I need something to leverage the investment, then this equity only is perfect. And it's really great for also the Commission loves that because, I mean, we're talking equity, there's a chance that the money is coming back. So they really like that. Okay. Are there any questions so far? Yeah. Yes, yes. 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 And yeah, sometimes it's a little bit of a chicken egg problem here, because on the one hand, the Commission says we want to de-risk projects that on the free market are not investable, and then on the other hand, you have to bring an investor. Yeah, it's often very, very tricky to argue that. Most of the times, I'd argue it in a way that, okay, at the moment, we are a non-investable company, a non-investable startup. But I have talked to investors. There is interest there to co-invest with the EIC fund. And this is usually the way to go. I mean, sometimes you have like a business angel who invested 100 or 200K into the company and says, okay, I can't really I can't have a seed round of 2 or 3 million. But I know somebody who knows because they all know each other, and then get some kind of letter of intent or something like that. That's always a good way to go. But without any connections and any experience with talking to investors, there's no point in going in there, because at the latest, at the interview, they're gonna destroy you. Inside, I would not recommend that, because even if your technology is great and your plan to market is great, if you can't argue that there is any kind of interest from the private market, from the private investment market there, then there's probably no market for your product. That's the thing. I mean, you don't need term sheets or anything like that, but yeah, you need to have to talk to investors. You need to have a feeling, okay, yeah, and if there is no private investor willing to at least sign a letter of intent, if you say, okay, in case I get 2.5 million funding, and the EIC fund is going to match your investment, if it still doesn't sign an LOI, then you know your technology, it's not really a big thing for the market then, if you don't get that. Yeah. Yeah.
Can we clarify the numbers? So
yes.
Grants, in case of grant only or blended finances are up to 0.5 million. Yeah.
Yes, the grant. Up to 10.
That 10 is coming in case the project is successful or from the EIC.
Yes.
And who is going to be the shareholder in the startup? EIC?
The EIC fund, yes.
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 So the investor is important and can be another shareholder.
Exactly, yeah.
Recommend that the company has a negotiation with a private investor that is signing collateral in terms of
Yes.
to become an investor.
A co-investor, yeah.
With the EIC,
Yes.
subject to the winning of a grant or blended finance or equity only.
Exactly, yeah.
By the staff.
Exactly. But thank you for asking this question, because there's another thing that needs consideration. The Commission does not want a very diluted cap table. So everything over 25% is really, really hard to argue. And 50% after this round, the founders need to still have at least 50%. That's very important. So why is this important? I mean, first is what's the company worth? What's your pre-money evaluation there? How are you gonna go in there? If you want 10 million, 25% max from the EIC fund, so you've already got a 40 million euro company there. But a 40 million euro company in Europe, I mean, it's not a startup with 3 people. So these are the things of number crunching that you have to do when you go into this kind of project. Yeah. Credibility. This is so important there. Okay, so here it's I just put it on one slide again, just for covering. There's the grant component here with 2.5 million. There's the investment component with a maximum of 10 million euros here in the blended finance part. And with the grant component, you're supposed to go from TRL6 to TRL8. And then TRL9, this is where the investment component comes in. So this is more or less the logical framework of this whole program. Okay. What's really, really important when you start working on a proposal is, well, you need to know the basics, but what you really, really need to know is what to write into your proposal, not about your technology. You know your technology. You hopefully also know your market. What you really need to do is to relate to the key strategic priorities of the EIC, of the European Union, because, I mean, we're talking about public money here. And public money is only spent, hopefully, in directions where the policy wants Europe to go. So this is why you should not forget about these key strategic priorities and place your project into one of these priorities. And I'm going to explain them to you in the next couple of minutes. So, Green Deal and climate action, digital and technological sovereignty, health and well-being, sustainable agriculture, resilience, and inclusive and socially responsible innovation. So these are the headlines. Your project needs to be part of one of these headlines. Okay, and I brought you a couple of examples here just to understand from projects that have been funded. So, Green Deal, climate action. So it's about technologies that reduce carbon emission. There's this German company, for example, that developed like a container modular electrolyzer that you can plug in at the biogas plant, and it produces hydrogen. Well, yeah, is that green hydrogen when it's from biogas? It's gray. No, blue. That's called blue hydrogen then, right? Blue hydrogen is better than green? Okay, good. Good. I take your word for it. You're a professor, I'm not. Okay, so but what they're doing is this. I mean, it's a really nice idea for decentralized production of hydrogen, which makes a lot of sense if it's at the right place, if you don't have to transport it. So they got funding, they got a project. So they fit perfectly into the Green Deal and climate action. So in the realm of digital and technological sovereignty, I mean, there are many options. Many. I mean, you're there. He's there too. So I give you two examples of what actually worked. So there's this Greek company used IoT sensors in warehouses where they were storing agricultural products to reduce spoilage and ensuring the quality. So digital sovereignty, but also food, but they decided to go into this. Or the French company here, this AI product for reducing energy consumption. I mean, this is something, there are very many projects in this area at the moment. Smart buildings, using AI to reduce that, reduce that. I guess a project like that would not be funded anymore now, but it was one of the first AI energy related projects of this that has been funded. Yeah, so that's another example. Or in the health area, let me say a few words about the health area first. Almost half of all projects funded in the EIC Accelerator were related to this topic, health. The question is, why is that? You know, well, COVID had to do with it, and health stories, especially when you write about it and when you do an interview, they're so nice to listen to, because you always can show at the pitch like a poor sick child that you through your technology gets better, or your grandmother's gonna live another 10 years, or I mean, a problem that we all have all over Europe, rising hospital costs, all these crazy costs. I mean, this is what they were doing. Also, near patient monitoring, outpatient stuff like that. So there's been a lot of projects developed in this area, and it was unfortunately a little bit short-sighted because most of these projects never made it to the hospitals because of the gatekeepers there. I mean, they sound nice. They sound great. We're going to save the world. Well, in fact, you're not, because your company is going to go bankrupt. I have two clients who got the SME instrument funding, were perfect, but never made it to the market because the hospital said, there's no need for that. I mean, of course, there would have been need, but they would have had to go one step further in development. So, yeah. I mean, if it's a good project, they could try it, but don't focus. I mean, I'm talking now to Enterprise Europe Network. Don't focus on companies in the health area, because you've seen in the priorities, health is not amongst the main priorities anymore now, and there's a reason for that. Okay, sustainable agriculture. So this is another big topic, or was a big topic last year. I don't know if it's going to be a big topic here, and that's alternative proteins. Problem, I mean, this French company managed to get the funding. I don't know where they're at now. You know, transforming insect proteins into feedstock for animals. I mean, if you listen to many of these companies and many pitches there, I mean, you get really scared. Did you know that half of the fish that they take out of the sea are fed to chicken, cows, and other fish. I mean, that's absolutely super scary. So this biotech alternative proteins, it's really important. The problem here being, if you have a company that says, okay, and we need then to really scale it, 100 or 200 million euros of investment, forget it, they don't get it. We had 2 Austrian companies, different technologies, asking for that, and they were really, really good companies, scientifically perfect, but just the pure amount of money they were asking, there is no European market for that. But if there's a company doing something in biotech, proteins, flavors, whatever, with a little bit of a smaller investment, say like 10, 12, to actually produce a mass that's relevant on the market, then this would be a perfect project to go for. Okay, resilience and preparedness. We all know the problem, and you're much closer to the problem than we are in Austria. They have even been discussing something like defense related projects in the EIC Accelerator, but that was politically not feasible. But resilience, preparedness, these kind of projects, as we have seen in the priorities, this is something that will go a long way if you have companies like that. So here they said, okay, we're going to go for monitoring of antibiotic resistance. That's they could have gone into the health area, but they went into the resilience area with a different angle to make it sound more urgent, and it worked. It worked perfectly. My colleagues from Turku Business Park, they convinced them to change from health to resilience, and they were successful. They were really happy about that.
Yeah. And I saw this is not there. In the 4 priorities, there was agriculture.
Yeah, no, it's not in there. It can be submitted in the open, yes, of course.
Impact there, it's wrote European resilience against health crisis, and down it's antimicrobial resistance.
Yeah.
So it's confusion. What is resilience? What is resistance?
Well, it's both.
Because resilience has a very large term.
Mm-hmm.
It is from mechanical activity, and the resistance is organism resistance. So it's not clear the expression.
Okay. Thank you. No, these are the larger European priorities. Yes, they are focused among these priorities. Exactly. They're actually written challenges for 2026. They were different in 2025. They will be different in 2027. Every year they come up with a new set of challenges for focus projects. 220 million. Yes, exactly. Yeah. So if you're in this area or in any area that's not exactly in the challenge, then you always go to open. And I really love this. I mean, inclusive and social responsible innovation. It's not a big topic. There are not many companies applying for that because it's mostly not very technological, and then it needs to be technological risk involved also. But I love it because it's one of my clients. They got funding for software that translates complicated texts into easy to read texts. You know, government publications, European publications that are written in a prose that is actually supposed to not be understood, to confuse everybody. Well, now you have this Accessibility Act where you actually have to communicate everything the government and insurance company communicates. So in a way that everybody understands that. So what they do is they translate from, usually it's like in C2 level in the language frame, they translate it down to B2. Sometimes even B1 for foreign workers, but also for people with disabilities, so that they can understand that. And they really managed to develop this tool, like a DeepL for making language easier, based on about 15 years of experience doing it by hand in a network with a couple of translators from Germany and Austria. They started with German and English, and now it's available, I think, in 8 or 9 different languages. So it's, I love this project. We never thought it would fly, to be honest. When they said they wanna do it. Okay, let's try. They got into the SME instrument in the beginning. Then they didn't get phase 2 in the SME instrument. Then they tried again the EIC Accelerator. And then they mentioned, I think it's a lovely success story and something that I would like to communicate to you. If you fail the first time, most of them fail the first time. Try again. Take into consideration what it says in the evaluation summary report. You mentioned the ESR, because they are usually really good. They're really down to the point. Sometimes they really hurt when you read them, but there's so much truth in it. I have no idea. I don't know. Yeah, the company's name is Capito, like the Italian Capito. Yeah, exactly. So, you have always to communicate when you write a proposal that you understand that the EIC wants to fund transformative technologies for the good of the European Union. And that there will be a tangible impact for Europe addressing the societal challenges of a European dimension and being part of the European strategic goals. That's super, super important that evaluators, especially in the written evaluation and the remote evaluation, that they read that and then they understand, because they have this sheet that have to tick boxes, and that's one of those boxes. Ticked. You did it. Oh, you get the points. Okay, why is it important to align with these objectives? Because projects should contribute to Europe's competitiveness and deliver support for societal and environmental good. So EU goals like digital sovereignty, technological innovation, competitiveness edge is always a really, really important. And yeah, as you said, resilience and increasing Europe's influence are these basic ideas of actually everything that the European Union funds in terms of innovation. This is where we have to go. I know it's a little bit, maybe it's a little bit boring talking about that, but it's really essential to not forget it in your proposal. And here I would really recommend using AI tools like Perplexity to get all the references, because it's really hard to find them. But tools like that can really help you write a very nice 1.5-page section on, okay, all these, the relevant political instruments, all the documents, and they give you all the links. And so that was really hard 2 years ago, writing that. Now it's actually super simple. But you must not forget it. This is the message here, because if it's not in there, you're never going to get the excellence, and you're never going to get the impact, because that's really very much related to each other. So I'm going to go through that with you. And I mean, it enhances the chances of funding success. That's super clear. If it's not in there, you have no chance of funding. Yeah. Impact is another thing that's super important. If you can't argue that what you're doing is going to generate a long-term impact, not only on your company, I mean, of course, on your company, very, very important, but also on society, or especially the beneficiaries of your technology, of your product. You need to argue this impact in at least two different ways. Okay, it's good for my company. It's good for, and that's one of the things that health projects always have a problem, because they always talk about my product and the patients and forget about, and they can really have great impact on patients, but maybe not so much impact on hospitals, and then it's really, then they fail. So this is always a big question of, is it a direct impact or indirect impact? And how can I make sure that I explain correctly the direct and the indirect impact of that? And yeah, it should always be for societal and environmental good. I mean, we're, thank God, not funding anything anymore that makes things worse. So the do no harm principle exists here, which makes it a little bit complicated now in this discussion of funding defense technologies, because they're actually supposed to do harm. So there's a big discussion going on how to put that, because if you look at the at proposal templates and the text, it says explicitly not for military use. Yeah, and the heads are spinning in Brussels at the moment now, how to get money. I mean, okay, there's the defense fund and that does that, but how you get within the competitiveness fund that's coming from 2028, how to get these things in compliant with the European rules. So it's going to be a very, 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 very interesting discussion. But at the moment, EIC Accelerator, do no harm principle, societal good. That's where we want to go. Yeah, and if you can relate your project to one of the SDGs, then you're a winner. If you can't relate it to anyone, then ask your my colleagues from the Enterprise Europe Network to help you to put at least one or two of these nice SDGs there, because you always need a relation to them. Otherwise, that's another thing that the evaluators have to tick. SDG, great, done. Yeah. The EIC targets SMEs with disruptive solutions. That's pretty clear. And there's a reason for that. Because, I mean, many of you know it's really, really hard to be disruptive. It's really, really hard to be innovative, because what you're doing is high risk. And who wants to deal with high risk? I mean, if you're an innovative mind, that's what you love. You want to go high risk, you want to find new things. And it's really great when you're in a laboratory and amongst your colleagues. But then you go to a bank or to invest and say, hey, this is high risk and it's going to change the world, make everything better. You know, come back to me if it's no risk anymore and I'm not going to lose all my money. So this is one of the reasons why the EIC Accelerator was developed in the first place, to say, okay, we want to share high risk with our most innovative companies. Another idea was to enable innovation outside the established hubs like Paris, like Barcelona, like Berlin or Munich, London. Well, it didn't really work. Yeah, I mean, I'm standing here because it didn't work. And this is why there is an EEN2EIC project, and This is why there's the pre-accelerator. Maybe it will work in the future, but like these widening countries, they make up 15% of all of the successful EIC applications. Yeah. And it's curious, very curious, because more than half of the evaluators of these projects come from these countries. It's a little bit of a contradiction, don't you think? Oh, you don't trust your own companies, huh? Is that it? No, it's really really weird when you look at these numbers. But yeah, fact is that this did not work, but we hope it works because I talked to many of my colleagues from the so-called widening countries, and I see great projects, and I hear great projects from them. Yeah, you have to convince the evaluators. I mean, there's one thing now that generative AI made the level playing field for, and that's the remote evaluation of the written proposals. Because nowadays, there's no excuse for writing a shitty proposal in shitty English. There's absolutely no excuse for that. So this levels the playing field. This is really great. It's really bad news for the consultants, though, because now companies can do it on their own. They don't need you guys anymore. You're safe? Yeah, no, I'm absolutely 100% with you. I'm going to say something that's going to really offend you. I tell my clients, if you don't manage to write an 11-page step 1 proposal on your own, explaining why your technology is brilliant, then you will not be able to manage a 2.5 million euro project and handle 2, 3, 4, 5 million euros of equity. Of course, if you need support, get it for the second phase. And that was now, because they wanted 50 pages, crazy. And yeah, this is too much to handle if you're not used to it. But phase 1, come on, 10 pages, a pitch deck and a video. Every company should do that. A company who can't do that doesn't deserve the money. That's my opinion. If you don't have the resources to do that, to invest a month in that or 10 days, because honestly it doesn't. Yeah. Yeah, your English is much better. So that's. But to be honest, I mean, this is my, and that's. And you can get free advice for this first part from the colleagues from the Enterprise Europe Network. For the second part, definitely use a consultant, because that's really complicated. All the financial stuff and all this, putting all the buzzwords in. This is what you guys are great for. Perfect. You with EN. Okay, good. I mean, we actually, in Austria, we have a funding for companies that hire consultants to write a proposal. So we are very much in favor of that, because it's higher for the success, better for the success rate, but not for step 1. Do we still have time for that, or should we go in a coffee break now? Okay. Up to you. Like 15 minutes? Okay, good.
Da. Please come in because we want to start the event. So I think everybody is back and we are ready to continue the event. So Mike, we start the second round.
What time do we have to land? 1 o'clock, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Good. Welcome back. Yeah, we talked a little bit about what's the strategic framework of the EIC Accelerator, which goals you have to hit to be successful there. Yeah, good. What goals you have to hit there, and the money. So that's what you guys missed here. But you get the slides afterwards, so that's you're right. You can get the slides, so you can read that up. So the question now is, what's the process? Let's go a little bit into the administrative part. It is actually quite straightforward. We start with the standard application, the phase 1 application, which is a questionnaire. It's actually 11 pages, very nicely structured, where you answer the questions. You hand in a pitch deck, 10 to 12 slides, and a pitch video. But there are a couple of things you have to think about when you do that, and I have a deck explaining that a little bit more in detail later on. And then in phase 2, there used to be 50 pages proposal, but now from 2026 on, it's going to radically improve for you guys, because it's only going to be 20 to 25 pages. Final decision has not been made yet. Another pitch deck that you will improve based on the evaluation summary report from phase 1. You make another video, a better video, and then you also need to include the financial sheets for that, because financial sheets, because EIC is a lump sum project. Anybody not familiar with the lump sum project? Good, everybody knows what a lump sum project is. Means you have to be very, very detailed when you prepare the financial sheets in the beginning. Okay, this is what I'm going to spend the money on to reach my milestones. But then in the end, there is no reporting on personal costs and this stuff anymore. It's just reporting on milestones, which makes it much easier in the end, because it's always more exciting to prepare a project than actually to report it afterwards. I mean, that's my experience. So that makes it easier. And then if you pass phase 1 and phase 2, then you get invited to Brussels. And then you get to pitch there in front of a jury of 6 to 7 investor business kind of people. And then they decide your faith. That's basically it. It used to be that 50% of the companies that were invited to Brussels got funded. But then the budget cuts. Well, there was less budget, it was planned. And then last year, they invited like 4 times as many people to Brussels as they could get funding, which was actually super, super frustrating, because back until a year ago, Brussels would pay for the flight to Brussels. Now the companies have to pay for themselves. So for the next, up from 2026 on, they will only invite about twice as many companies as they can fund, which is great. So which means when you're invited, your chances are 50-50 to get there. So this is actually really good news. Much less frustration because yeah, traveling to Brussels is always really a bore. Expensive, shitty hotels, sorry. Mulfried, that's great about Brussels, and the Grand Place, but everything else, I don't know. Good. Timeline is always a question. How long does it take? From the first thought about let's do it to handing in a short application, I would say 6 to 8 weeks is the minimum. You're talking to colleagues from the Enterprise Europe network, trying to find out, okay, what's exactly, how are we going to do that? I mean, there are some people that say we do it in a weekend. We'll see how successful you're going to be. But yeah, I mean, this is a good timeline to say, okay, 6 to 8 weeks. And yeah, I would say about now with a generative AI, about a week and 1.5 person weeks to really have it all down, including the presentation with Canva or whatever you want to use. And I was asked in the break, could you talk a little bit more about the use of generative AI in this kind of settings? And yeah, it is super important, and it was mentioned earlier, the prompting. I did a test last year with ChatGPT and the standard application form, and I was just looking in the internet for some great new technology in the area of photovoltaics, and I found 2 articles. And yeah, and then I used what I found in these articles and prompted step by step for an 11-page proposal. It took me about a day to write a proposal, and then I sent it to our NCP to say, can you give me, well, actually to the Green Tech NCP and to the SME NCP. Oh, this is a proposal from a client of mine. Can you have a look at it? And they really loved it, both of them. So you can actually do it pretty fast if you really, and this is crucial to really go step by step. And I mean, I know what I'm looking for in a proposal. What doesn't work is writing 2 lines and say, write me a proposal. That does not work. So you really have to involve all these things that I told you in the beginning, like all the strategic priorities. Put that in, reduce it, put it in, rework it again. Then it works. Okay, the writing was then 1.5 days. The preparation for what I need, what I know that I need for my prompts, I knew that before. So it really helps. You can get a great proposal, but it can also fantasize a little bit. So there may be some things in there that are not real yet. So you have to really know your technology. So I mean, for me, I couldn't really judge whether this is real or not because it was like a thin biological PV new technology. Stuff, and the colleague, the NCP for cluster 4, the environment cluster, he called me and said, I've never heard this company, how did they develop that? And I said, well, they just made that up. So yeah, so it really works. And what I would recommend are three tools to use that I really like. ChatGPT for the creative part, Copilot for the structure, and Perplexity for deep research and sources. These are the three tools that I like a lot to do these things. Yeah, and it works for me. I mean, everybody has different preference. What you have to do, though, if you work with ChatGPT, is to use the realistic prompt. I mean, you find that on all social media pages, and to tell ChatGPT, okay, don't say everything that I do is great. Be critical and check twice before you write something. And you really need this prompt, otherwise you just get crap feedback on your ideas. So this is really, really important. And I mean, and the other thing, evaluators, right? Evaluators, in theory, are not allowed to use artificial intelligence to evaluate your proposal. So they have to sign, when they sign the contract, that they will not use any kind of artificial intelligence to review your proposal. I mean, we know human nature. Come on, everybody's gonna do that. I mean, it's really, really dangerous, because if you put a proposal, if you're an evaluator, or even Enterprise Europe Network, let's stay here. Let's not go Brussels. No, you're here. You're a consultant. You're Enterprise Europe Network. You get a draft proposal from a client, and you put it up in ChatGPT or Claude or Mistral or whatever you use to say, give me a feedback. Then everything you put in there, the AI learns from it. So it becomes more or less common knowledge, and it might pop up in somebody else's answer somewhere. Your idea, that's an original idea that might have not been patented yet, or something like that. So this is super dangerous. If you, however, have in your organization, like we have in mine, we have Copilot, a company edition, where I can turn off web access. Then it's okay, in my opinion, for us as EEN advisors, to use it just for looking at structure. Does the structure fit? Like, you know, when you look at the proposal template, there are instructions of what to write in there, and checking this, like the structure, that logistics of it, really is very, very valuable, because about 50% of our clients are not able of reading and understanding 2 pages of instructions of a proposal template, which I find fascinating. And so just doing this, and not have, you can do this in 5 minutes, it's done, and then it's already a valuable feedback for the client. And yeah, okay. Yes, of course. No, but they Google whether it's legit or not. They look in there. Googling is allowed. That's not a problem. What's not allowed to... Yeah, okay. Let me... Okay, maybe I didn't explain it correctly. Mm-hmm.
So what we say, actually the first name of our product was translating English to translating the English of the business documents that the company has to the English of EIC, or Innovative Tech. So we don't pick up facts, we don't hallucinate. So there's nothing that is challenged by EIC. That's my point.
Just to make it clear, evaluators are allowed to Google. Of course, they can't know everything. What they're not allowed to do is take the proposal, upload it to ChatGPT or Claude, and say, "You are an evaluator now. Evaluate." This is not allowed. Although I'm pretty sure that
because Alessia Rotolo from Access to EIC want to tell us for 5 minutes something in connection with EIC.
Okay.
And she's online. She interrupt from another meeting and want to join us in online.
Okay, great.
So
I get to sit down now. Great, wonderful.
Please, and take a glass of water. Hello, Alessia. Please tell us if you hear us.
Hello. Yes, no, but I'm really sorry to interrupt you. I didn't want to interrupt. Sorry, Michael.
We say
Can you
hello.
hear me?
Everybody
Hello.
say hello to you.
Okay, thank you.
So
Can you hear me well?
We hope to see you.
My webcam is switched. Okay, I don't know.
You are online and we see and hear
Okay.
you, please.
Okay, perfect. No, I'm so sorry to interrupt you. I mean, I didn't want to be unpolite, let's say, but unfortunately I'm stuck in another meeting and I just wanted to, be really, really brief. And I was listening to the interesting presentation of Michael. So I just want to thanks to this opportunity. I will be very, very brief. I try to share my screen. I hope that I can. Let's see if I can. Can you see something? No, but it's not possible, I think. Blah, blah, blah. No, I think I'm not allowed to share my screen. No, let's see like this. Otherwise, I just present without presentation, maybe, because I don't want you to lose time. Just tell me, or if you want, I can share with you the presentation. You screen it.
I think you can share your screen.
No, I tried to do it, but then he asked me to open some.
Please try again because you have the permission to share your screen.
Yes, but I think that the network doesn't allow me to do it. So let me see if I can drop here the file, maybe. Let's see 1 second. If I do like this, you see the file in the chat. I think I sent to the organization. Maybe you can open it. No. I do like this, maybe.
Maybe you can try to send the
I
file.
sent. Yeah, I sent in the chat. I think that now I see it on the screen.
Okay.
Okay, so thank you. But I will be super quick. I just want to present one thing. Oh, the super power of connection. Okay, yes, this one. The date is correct. We cannot open it. Okay, but by the way, I can do that means. Maybe the first one.
I think it doesn't work.
No. Okay, so let's do without presentation. I mean, I'm sorry, but I don't know how to do. So a short presentation of the network that is, let's say, complementary to EEN2EIC. So the project is Access to EIC. And oh, perfect. So we did it. So you can go on with the other slides. So I think it's the old one, but it doesn't matter. So just to go, okay. So it is not the right presentation in the end. I don't know why. So, but it's the same. So this network is a coordination and support action that put together all the NCPs for EIC within the European Union. And here you find the core project partner, let's say. Within the project, we would like to support, first of all, NCPs in order to enhance their role within the whole EIC. So we cover the EIC Pathfinder, Transition, Accelerator, and STEP application. Okay, you can, next slide, please. Okay, so what we do is to try to identify good practices among us, among also other, let's say, networks. We work also with the EIC Fund, with the SMU, with other clusters that are complementary with the EIC. Within Access to EIC, we developed some products. So I hope that they are in these slides, but otherwise I will. Okay, you can go on another slide. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, another. Okay, so as you can see, we do trainings for NCPs, we strengthen our synergies, and we work both on toolbox and instrument for applicants, and we try to understand better the world, let's say, of financial instrument. Within the work package 3, that is the work package on toolbox, we create a lot of products. And in this particular workshop that you are following, I think that the most important one are the annotated templates on EIC Accelerator. So for sure, they're not in this slide, but try to go on. The EIC Accelerator, so what we do as EIC Accelerator, we develop an annotated template for short proposal, an annotated template for full proposal, a sort of guide on how to pitch, so how to prepare your pitch. But first of all, we start with the checklist. So our idea is to start from the beginning of for an applicant in order to understand if the EIC Accelerator is the right instrument, because you know better than me that maybe the EIC Accelerator could be the right one, but it could be also not the right one. So through the checklist, what we would like to do is to try to address the request of the applicants in order to see if go with EIC Accelerator or not, and then if it's okay, the applicants will start with a short proposal, as Mark was presenting to you, I was saying. So with the short proposal, we developed with the EIC Commission, with the EIC, some evaluators, with our experience of NCPs. This annotated template is the real template, so the template that you find on the funding and tender portal with some notes and some suggestions. We did the same with the full proposal, and we did the same with the PICS deck. So I'm sorry that you cannot see the picture, but I mean I will share you the link with all the materials. So if you go on the website that you find, I mean here in the below the slide, you can just go there and go to publication. And if you go to publication, then you find all the products for, I mean, not just for EIC Accelerator, but for the whole EIC. So I will say that Really, I can stop here because I think that the presentation has some problems, but I mean, I presented the main products. And I can say also that we are developing other products for the EIC Accelerator, even because, as you know, EIC Accelerator and EIC in general will change as every year do with the new work program. So for the next, I hope for the next cutoff, but for sure for the next year, we will have other products for the new type of application. So I would thank you all. I mean, I don't know if you have questions.
Yes, we have a question.
Yeah.
Hi, Mike here. Do you have final information of what the stage 2 proposal will look like in the future, or is this not decided yet?
Okay, actually it's not officially decided because as far as I know, Mike, they are waiting the final approval that should be on the 28th, I think, of October. So they are supposed to publish everything for the first week of November. Actually, we had let's say a meeting with them. They told us that, I mean, it is going to change, and also the number of pages is going to change, but they didn't show us nothing. And they told us that because we will have this tech diligence. This is the main novelty of EIC Accelerator. Because thanks to the tech diligence, they want to anticipate what the EIB actually is doing now when you pass the short and you pass the full, and then if you go to after the interview and you pass the interview, actually up to now is the EIB who does the due diligence and the tech diligence. Now the idea is to anticipate this tech diligence. So what we think is that the proposal will be shorter, and they are going to make a sort of one-to-one interview. We don't know how it will be possible, to be honest, with some evaluators. So the idea is, I mean, not all the proposal will be interviewed before the real interview, but they will analyze the proposal, and if they have some doubts, they can start a call with the applicants to understand better some elements. This is the only information that we had up to now.
So, thank you very much for your intervention.
I will send you the right presentation, so we will have all the right links and the right slides. Okay.
Thank you.
I'm sorry.
Thank you
this.
very much.
Okay.
Thank
you.
Yes, thank you, Alessia, and good luck in your work. We will contact if you will need more information on the future. And now, sorry, Mike, for interruption, but we can continue to the training.
Great, thank you. Yeah, the NCP network, they're doing a really, really great job. And as Alessia said, there will be a guide for applicants and a proposal template for the new step 2 as soon as we know what the step 2 looks like. So that's really, really good, and a really handy document. Although the document is actually for supporting organizations, not for clients, because it's kind of confusing if it's easy to get lost in the annotated template if you don't know what you're looking for exactly. Okay, standard application. The main message here is this one. There is, although it says in step 1 there is no cutoff date, there is an informal cutoff date. They collect all the applications that come in until the first Tuesday of the month, and then they send them to the evaluators, and then they collect again till the first Tuesday of the next month. So if you're tight on time, this is probably, it's a good to know that if you want to hand it in on the first Wednesday of the month, you will have to wait for 1 month and 6 weeks for evaluation. Otherwise, you get it in 6 weeks. So it's always good to know this kind of information. And yeah, usually it takes them 10 to 12 weeks to evaluate the full application, and then you get the invitation to the jury interview. You never have 8 weeks. Usually it's like 2.5 to 3 weeks. You get the invitation and then you have to go. So it's, yeah. But it's more like for calculating your timeline from the first idea to the grant. In the best case, 8-9 months. Realistically, it's about a year. The question is, what can we do in the Enterprise Europe network? Feedback on both, ideally on both steps. Step 1 and then step 2. But I mean, there are companies here. Also, we cannot manage giving feedback within a day or 2. This is just not possible. We have to read it. We have to formulate the feedback. Give us at least a week. That's otherwise. I mean, we could use it. We could do it using AI, and we can do it in a day. But you want something from us and not from ChatGPT. ChatGPT you can use yourself. So okay, this is a realistic support timeline that I did when I made this presentation. We started in July and ended in July. Although there was a rejection and a rebuttal. Rebuttals are not possible anymore. Resubmissions are. So we had to take one turn, but it worked out. Okay, so there are two ways to go into the EIC Accelerator. The one is the way I just showed you, with a short application and a full proposal and a pitch deck. And then there are 2 alternative routes, the plug-in route and the fast-track route. Plug-in, is there any Romanian R&D funding program that has qualified for the plug-in route? Okay. So because the plugin is like from a national, you're funded by a national agency, and then you get invited. Well, that's how we do it in Austria. We invite them, the companies, to, yeah, we know them, and it's okay. You can skip step 1 of the EIC Accelerator. If you write us back and write a proposal for us, and then there's an internal jury in Austria, and then we nominate them, and they get directly into step 1, into step 2. So an instrument like this does not exist in Romania. Okay, good. Because there's no point. Really, there is no point. No, I mean, they have to write a proposal. It's evaluated by Austrians, and then they get into step 2. The proposal they have to write for the commission, step 1, is the same length, and they get a feedback from European Commission evaluators. It makes way more sense. It's just a political decision to do that. This is why it's not particularly successful either. Or I think 2/3 of all European countries have that already. I mean, we now have 4 programs that are in this plugin route, and it adds to our work, because then we have to make a call, they have to write, and then it needs to be evaluated, and it costs our ecosystem money, and it makes no sense, really.
1.5 to 2 years of implementation, plus the previous evaluation. So we're talking about 2 or 3 years of finalizing the tier 6.
Yeah.
And then another year to go on the EIC. So probably you are losing the market.
Oh yeah, no, totally. What's interesting though is the fast track. The fast track pathway. This is for companies that have already done European projects, especially EIC Pathfinder and Transition, but also from KICs, like companies that are incubated in one of the KICs, or from Eurostars, or the Accelerator pilot. They can also skip step 1. You will always have to do step 2 though. It's just to show that they are all integrated and that we all love each other and work together. But yeah, it doesn't really make a lot of sense in my opinion, but I haven't said that, and it's not recorded and it's not going to be on the internet, right? Okay, good. We've been talking downstairs that one of the problems or the challenges that we have in the EIC Accelerator is that not all companies are right for the EIC Accelerator, although they would like to be, because it's a nice and it's an attractive project. So what I'm going to talk a little bit about what are the perfect companies for the EIC Accelerator, and if you have seen the slides and then leave, then that's completely okay. Okay, so what we're looking for, we are looking for breakthrough solutions here in the EIC Accelerator, which means companies that introduce disruptive ideas, companies that introduce products that actually challenge existing markets. Just making it a little bit better is not EIC Accelerator worthy. Challenging, disruptive, and challenging existing market, or creating new markets that did not exist before. This is really, really important. This is one of the criteria that you have to look at. Am I in there? Then, yeah, then it could work. If you already also have a radical innovation focus. So, so as I said, it's beyond improving current products and processes. So it should redefine how we do things, how companies do things at the moment. Like, for example, quantum computing solutions that actually work outside of a laboratory. That would be great. Or if it has the potential to transform more than just one industry, then you're really on the right track. Just think back when IoT was developed, when we had the first sensors that could monitor production lines. I mean, this is the kind of breakthrough I'm talking about here. Innovation that could shift industry standards or spark new trends. For example, I'm just going to tell you an example of one of my clients, one of my favorite stories of a client of mine, and how long it takes to get to the market. In 2009, there were 2 guys that just finished university came to me with a thing about this size. But this size, they said, you know what the main problem for milk production is? The main problem for milk production is huge herds, and if one cow gets sick, all of them get sick, and then you have to throw away the whole milk. So what we're going to do is we're going to monitor the health of huge cow herds. And how we're going to do that is we're going to develop a sensor, and the cow is going to swallow the sensor and then tell us how the cow is feeling. Of course, we're talking 2009. Internet of Things was a theory. It was implemented in pilot sites, but it wasn't really a thing. And this thing was huge. Well, they went forward. We did innovation health check with this company. They tried twice for the SME instrument, and then they got the money at the EIC pilot. Now there are 500 people, and they are the biggest Internet of Things provider in the world. They have, I think, about 2.5 million of these bolus in cows all over the world, monitoring herd health there. So it really can work because they were completely disrupting, well, the idea of making milk production more sustainable and more healthy. So that's just an amazing, and I think it's an inspiring story. And I mean, they went bankrupt twice on their way, and got up, and now they're a global player. So these things work if you disrupt, and they pivoted a couple of times. Okay, who is on my market, who to approach, and these things. But thing work, but it takes a long time. 2009, 2025. So patience is key here too. You wanted to say something?
They come from the Austria or they come from the Lausanne?
From Austria.
Not from the Lausanne.
No.
Because the battery is from Lausanne.
Okay, they are? Okay, good. No, I don't know where the batteries are from. I have no idea. But they last as long as the cow lives, like the 5 years that the cow lives. Okay, radical innovation focus. Resources, infrastructure readiness. I mean, you might be brilliant with great ideas, but you actually have to be able to have resources and have the capability of scaling up. If you're sitting in a startup accelerator and have never put up something in production, then you will, the question is, are you really prepared to move out, have your own site, put up a production? Can you seize market opportunities when you've never done that before? All these things you need to convince the jury that you can do it. I mean, just be honest. You're a jury, right? And there are three guys. No, 2 girls, 1 guy, just out of university, finished their PhD, and then they're going to tell you they changed the world. They're going to change the world. Are you going to believe that? Yeah, it's hard, but this is the situation in many of these companies. So how do you get this expertise? They say, okay, I can build up infrastructure. I can actually seize market. That's one of our jobs also to say. Yes, I mean, you need somebody with some experience. Otherwise, it's never gonna fly. It is not gonna fly. A growth potential is another thing. Growing a company from 2 to 5, 6, 7 is nice. You still have everything under control. You know everybody. You know actually what's going on. But this is not the company that they're looking for here. We're looking for companies that are willing to grow multiple times. And then that has a lot to do with the personality of the entrepreneur. Many of them don't want to let go of responsibility. They cannot delegate. But this is one of the things that you have to present at the least in the second in step 2, where you have to show, okay, this is how we're gonna scale our company. This is how it's going to distribute the work in the company. And then you have an organigram where the owner of the company is in the middle and does everything. This will never work. You need the competences in there too. So scale up production, distribution channels, new markets, international markets, languages, always a big topic. Global market reach, that's where they want to go. And this is if you have to show your competences for that. Yeah, and we talked about risk already. It's high risk, high reward, always. And yeah, if you're faced with a company, or if you don't go, there's not really a technical risk. We're not going to lose a lot if we fail. Then it's probably not the right fit, and you will never be able to argue that you need European money to scale your company if there's no risk in it. Disruptiveness, we already talked about that. Technologies that redefine industry, and understanding the inherent risk in it, because there's going to be people that are familiar with technologies evaluating your proposal. And if they find out that you're not completely understanding your technology or not describing it properly, then you have a problem. And this is now, I'm come back to something that I said earlier. This is always the risk that you have if you're using consultants to write that, because they might put in things that are science fiction. I had a client. I'm not telling you the name of the consultant, but they were doing weather monitoring for agriculture, like, and that is like weather and soil monitoring, right? And it was nice. They had a lab on a chip put in the fields, and you would have to go there, give a sample of the soil in there. You walk from one to the other, and then the system would give you a wonderful landscape of the soil and the nutrients that need in it. The consultants thought that's not cool enough, and they wrote into the proposal that they automatically get the sample from the soil onto the lab, onto this chip. They didn't read the proposal. I read the proposal, and I was like, a couple of days before the cutoff date, I said, "Hey guys, I didn't know that you already have a robotic solution for doing that." And they said, "No, I don't. We don't have that, but it's in your proposal in there." So that's a huge risk. They would have promised something that is technically not viable with the technology they had. I mean, they got the project. Everybody was happy, but without the robot. So these are the things, and I might do the same thing. Might think, okay, this could work. I do it. So this is really this is why the understanding of the risk is really important, and showing that I understand also the limitations. Clear impact potential. We always want projects that create an impact. It needs to be measurable. It needs to have a strong market fit. There must be an evidence of demand and a path to real-world application. And these two things are especially hard when you're working with startups, to make them understand what that means. And solving real-world problems is very much connected to my last slide. And I want to emphasize the word need. It's usually not nice to have things that you have there, things that are actually needed, that where there is a strong customer base, because otherwise you cannot scale your company. Good. So we have 3/4 of an hour before lunch. there. And what I would like to do now is split you into two groups here. Let's go from here. So you work with them. About the same. Because one of the challenges we always have in each ecosystem is who are the companies that have the potential? Who has access to these companies? And I see we have a mixed group, so that's going to be really, really interesting. And you've got about 10 minutes in these groups to come up with a list of Romanian companies that fit that profile. And then we're going to compare the list, see who can think of more of these Romanian companies that could actually fit the EIC Accelerator. No. Names of companies, Romanian companies that, I mean, you are part of the ecosystem. You're innovators, you're consultants. You know the ecosystem. I don't know it. So your challenge is just find, and I think each group should at least find 5 of them. Like I say, they would be great for the EIC Accelerator. So could you guys just move here to this part? Yeah, of course, you. So that you can work together and don't talk too loud, because then the others will hear. And it's going to be a little bit of a competition. A little bit of a competition. Who finds more potential companies that could fit the EIC Accelerator. So you work with them. Just a little circle here, or you use these wonderful cushions there to work. So, how are we doing? How are we doing? Great. 5 more minutes? Okay, good. Let's start with this group here. Okay. So, what companies did you find that could be?
Well, United States, Hannover, Germany.
No, here, from here.
From Romania.
Now, which companies could apply for the EIC Accelerator here in Romania? Power Dynamics, what do they do?
But they do biometry, and they do the pay by face, pay by face, and many, many other applications.
Are they a big company or a small company?
I can say they are a medium company.
You know that it is only for small companies, for SMEs.
One of the owners.
Okay, you're talking about his company. Okay, good. But he's here already, so we don't need to convince him. And we're not really sure whether they're going to stay European or not. Yeah, that's one of the things.
Maybe African.
Okay, but then we're not going to fund it in. Europe is not local. Europe is a global player. Well, I'm supposed to say that,
Data privacy perspective, it's local.
Okay. Good. Okay. One company. Okay. What other companies did you think about?
Not small company, and I know a company. Their name Autonomous Flight Technologies. I think they already are in the Horizon funding. They're doing drones, and mostly they are working in defense, and they have all the means to manufacture like a lot of products. But they're not small. They're medium, I would say.
How many people?
30, 40. It's
Okay, that's perfect. I mean, up to 250. So,
they're Romanian.
okay. Enterprise Europe Network colleagues, have you heard of this company?
Autonomous Flight Technologies, AFT.
English, please.
Their headquarters are in Clinceni. AFT, Autonomous Flight Technologies.
Okay, put them on the list to contact, please.
I know another company is called RISE.
Yeah.
Romanian Space Engineering.
I work there, but
we should say first of all about RISE.
I think Michael mentioned that we should name someone else.
Yeah, well, your company, of course, no.
Oh,
but
okay.
if you know some,
Because
I mean, you're here already. Nobody needs to reach out to you. You're already here.
Yeah.
Okay. What about you?
Part of discussion.
Okay. Well, I mean, you already said what you're gonna do. You're gonna revolutionize identification by face without a big brother approach.
And European approach.
A European approach that hopefully stays European. Yeah. Yeah, that's actually a perfect company, and I heard it's a private company grown. They already do business, so they know how to scale. They know how to operate on an international level. So that's a perfect candidate for doing this kind of business. Like the company you mentioned before too, they already have things. They know how to produce, and they're in a sensitive area. That's one of these things, sensitive areas. Defense, identity. These are the things that Europe really wants to keep here and not sell off to China or Trump or anything like that. So it's a really good point in time for especially technologies like that to pitch that in Europe, because we really don't want that to go abroad. So yeah, I mean, you're already here. We don't need to approach you anymore. You tasted blood. I hope. Probably gonna go there. And the other company, so any other company you talked about?
So, is there any gentleman taking the name of the company? I heard you giving the name of the companies to a gentleman.
Yes.
Did he take the name of the company?
Of course. He's here. He's on the list. Of course. So, any other company you thought about that would fit the profile?
Accelerator. We are talking only about accelerator.
Yes, that would be.
So it has to
Okay.
be at least TRL6.
Yes. Good. Well, one additional company that is not here, but still it's good. So let's see what the colleagues over there found, if they found any other companies.
We just talk about what a success story, what company already applied to EIC Accelerator, and I explained them about the two success stories from Romania, Dotlumen and Amsimcel. I know solution, but they are not prepared right now for EIC Accelerator.
Okay.
They are prepared for maybe for pre-accelerator.
Pre-accelerator, yeah.
Yes, and it's open. Okay. And there is a solution in neuroscience.
Yeah.
I know there is a solution of architecture.
Yeah.
And of new materials and the new business model for construction.
Yeah.
And there is another solution in biotechnology for the future of food, for example. But they are not prepared right now for EIC Accelerator. I advise them to apply to Pathfinder.
Yeah.
And test the solution,
Okay.
and improve the solution, and after to apply Accelerator.
Okay.
But I don't know if there is another proposal for my group.
I'm struggling to find any.
Okay.
Reached the second phase, but again, we were discussing, and then
Yeah.
the issue is with the scale-up capacity. I mean, they were assessed as suitable, except the capacity to scale up, and that's a pity. And in the meantime, that they got tired.
And it's important because from more than 8 years, or maybe 80s, in the EIC instrument, I am in contact with universities, with doctors and students to doctoral studies to identify scientific discovery from their research.
Yeah. I mean, I have an idea that's maybe a little bit out there, but experience shows that if you come from university, you're not the kind of person they're looking for. But on the other hand, you've got many. I mean, you've got a working economy. That means you have a ton of SMEs that are kind of successful on the market, right? The question for me is if there is something lacking between, I mean, and you've got great universities here, but there is not a lot of spinning out of universities into successful companies here. And I've seen that not only, I've seen that, I mean, I've been doing this kind of training. I've seen that in Macedonia, I've seen that in Bulgaria. I've seen that in Malta. In Malta, they have a huge problem with that too. I mean, we are Enterprise Europe Network. We are matchmakers. So for me, the question is, and this could be maybe an idea for a regional or national funding instrument as well, matching ideas that come out of university with companies that have means of production, and see if there would be a possibility that 2 PhD students get hired by a company that has like 50 people and are in the same area. Okay, we want to do something highly innovative. This would be a perfect match for these kind of things. I mean, in Austria we have that already a lot. There are, because we have these incubators, and they have mentors from business, SME owners that mentor these students or alumni, and then these things happen more or less naturally. You know, they're just picked up by companies and then scaled. So this would probably be an interesting thing to do, to not kill the ideas that come from university. I mean, otherwise they die, and then you go and work for the government or some big international company that produces cars for an OEM. Yeah, I mean, but this is the thing. So we're killing innovation, and yeah, maybe this is something that could be done.
So in London, there are two accelerators called Entrepreneur First and Antler. Antler is actually originated from Singapore, and they take pre-team, pre-ideas. They are called pre-team, pre-ideas accelerator. And by that, they mean they only accept people without an idea, but with strong technical background, and they help them form strong teams for startup innovation. That would be something that could be useful. I mean, there's Antler in Sweden, there's Antler in Berlin as well, I think. So they're all around Europe. But this is a very good example of strong innovation. And for instance, Entrepreneur First only take PhDs from Oxford, Cambridge, Imperial College, and so on. But they do the right challenges to find the right mindset.
And don't forget, Romania is a widening country. And there are a lot of things to improve here. And especially to support innovators. It's very important because I think there are a lot of brilliant idea, but they don't know how to do with that ideas. To make a startup, or maybe to work for an institute, or maybe to go outside to work for a big company, and they go with their idea outside.
Being a widening country is not an excuse.
I know it's not an excuse.
It's not an excuse.
Excuse because
And I mean, you have to work with what you've got. I mean, we have to be very clear about that. And I mean, I don't know what your spending on R&D compared to the general GDP is. Lower than Bulgaria? In Bulgaria, it's 0.3%.
no, Romania.
0.3.
Yeah.
No.
Romania is below.
3% is the goal for Europe on average. Okay. I mean, but research is, I don't think research is the problem here. I mean, I know many colleagues from Romania that I've met through the years, all super smart people from universities telling about ideas. It's not the problem of the ideas, it's the problem of bringing the ideas together with people that can actually make it work.
Yes.
And so, but you have accelerators here, don't you? Like from university.
Yeah.
You're laughing, Andre. Why are you laughing?
Yeah.
That's the only one that I know.
I think the yes. And it's a lot.
This is you have to understand that
But that's 30 years ago.
Yeah, it's yes, and it's a lack it's a lack of in entrepreneurship knowledge to understand how to take idea and go to the market, how to take ideas and validate ideas and go to the market to grow an idea.
Beehive with small companies that learn from each other to evolve, accelerate their knowledge. It's not innovative part, but it's a new thing that evolve. It's a good thing.
But we can't stop blaming the education system. No, Christy, I mean, we have a similar problem in Austria. I sometimes talk to companies, so we have like a workshop for like 3 hours. Guys that come from mostly guys that come from a technical university, and once I had this workshop, and then they told me after 3 hours, you know, in these 3 hours I learned more about business than I did in my 7 years of technical university. But you can do it. I mean, your Enterprise Europe network, you could do that. Yeah. Okay. Okay, but I have good news for you. There is an European Innovation Ecosystem call published about this network of accelerators. You should really, I mean, because this is what it's all about. It's supposed to connect successful examples like what Andre told us to, may I call it, countries in need. Yeah. Yeah. So it means you have a lot of potential to make things better. I know. Yeah, but it's not an excuse. It's a challenge. So you mean a strong man solving all your problems? I mean, come on. I'm coming into this building. It looks brand new. It looks inspirational. I mean, you're telling me there is no... Who was? Of course, cheap labor compared to the rest of Europe. Yeah. Mm. That's not a lot. Okay. Yeah, I talked to your boss earlier today and said that what's missing is an SME strategy here. Yeah. it's easier this way, and then the colleagues online will understand more. Okay, this part now, we're gonna have a look at the application and what's important for the application. Although, as we heard this morning, the Commission is working on a new edition of the full application. So what's in here is actually a little bit outdated, but the main parts remain the same. So I'm just want to discuss that with you anyhow. Good. But I'm going to start with the most important things first. So these are a list of recommendations that are independent of what the new proposal is going to look like. But what's really, really important for such a proposal. Excuse me, would you mind sitting here? Because then I can see you all, and I don't have, that would be much nicer for me. Thank you so much. Okay. As I said in the morning, in each proposal template, there's an outline, the first 1.5 pages, telling you exactly what kind of type form, margins, all these kind of things. This is absolutely important to keep the requirement. So it's Times New Roman 11. That's what you're aiming for. I know it's an outdated, but this is what they want. Don't use anything else, especially because especially some fancy font types, because you have to transform it into a PDF. And sometimes you've got a problem with these fancy font types that they transform properly into PDF, and then you have a problem there. So to avoid these kind of hiccups, follow these requirements of the template. And this is one of the first things that I look at when I'm looking at a proposal. Did you follow that? And if not, then, because you might have a great proposal, if you don't follow that, they just don't evaluate it. That's as simple as it is. So please do that. As you saw in the morning, the proposal consists, the whole application consists of a proposal and a pitch deck. And it's really important that you don't put the same stuff into the proposal that you put into the pitch deck. The pitch deck, especially in the first step, is to introduce your company, to introduce your team, and to introduce your vision of going to the market, whereas the proposal focuses more on the technical side of things. And why that is and why it is important, I'm going to tell you a bit later. But the pitch deck, and this is how does an evaluator look at the proposal? What do they do first? First, they look at the video to get a little bit of an impression of who the people are. And this is where you just tell roughly about the idea, and you tell about the company and the team, the people that are working in there. And then they usually look at the pitch deck. And then to dive a little bit deeper, that's then the proposal part of the whole. So, I mean, it sounds logical, but make sure that you don't tell different numbers and things in the proposal as you do in the pitch deck and in the video. And this comes back now to this whole discussion about using generative AI or using consultants, because the consultants can't do the video for you. They might do the pitch deck for you, they might write the proposal, but they can't do the video for you because it has to be you who's in there. So really be careful that there are no contradictions in there. That's, yeah. This is something that, yeah, there's some controversy on this topic, whether you should personalize and individualize your proposal. Some say it's really brilliant if you put the logo of your company on each page. The problem is that there are certain areas of the proposal that are tagged. And things above it are not seen or are illegal. If you want to personalize it, find a good place for your logo or your corporate design. Or what I would recommend is if you put in graphics and stuff like that, make sure that they're all in the same kind of look and feel, so that it's personalized. But don't put anything on the front page. Like, this is the proposal of the company X Epsilon, because some evaluators might say, okay, it's not outlined and so it's illegal, and you might get, if they don't discard it, they might get a reduction of points in the implementation part for that. Whenever possible, use tables, charts, graphics, diagrams, or other kinds of visuals. Although it's so much more work to do it. But I mean, just imagine you're an evaluator and you're looking at, an evaluator has to evaluate about five of these proposals every day for a week. So they get like 20 proposals like that. They really, really appreciate if they don't have to read so much and if they just can get the information visually. And it's also easier for you then, because making a graph, making a diagram, you have to think about the logic of what you're saying before you can visualize it. And yeah, I think it's a good exercise. And this is something AI can't do for you. Well, you can try, but it never works the way you want it to work. So these are things that you can use Miro or Canva or these kind of things for. But maybe Christy has a solution for that. Pardon? Claude. Okay, good. I've never used Claude, but that's a good, yeah, great. But use that, try it, format it in a way that it's recognizable all through the document. Use a simple, clear, and direct language. Yeah, that's what generative AI does for you anyway, usually in a good way. I mean, for example, German. If you think in German, the German language thinks very complicated in very many very long sentences, and before, in the old days, you would write English as you would write German.
Very short terms from each kind of the activities. It's very precise in German language.
Yeah, it is. It is more precise, but it's more complicated. Avoid complicated in a proposal. Evaluators do not want to read a sentence or a paragraph twice to understand it. This was German. Even if I have to read some proposals from my clients in German for our read, sometimes I have to read it twice or three times to understand what are they trying to tell me, because it's so precise, as you said, that it gets really complicated, especially if you're not an expert in the field. And so make it simple so that you think, okay, my uncle who has no idea about what I'm writing could understand. Yeah, evaluators are not always experts. Insights, they're generalists mainly. I mean, if you have a proposal in quantum technologies, they might have heard of it. They might be IT experts. So you have to guide them the way, especially if it's something really, really out there, you know. Your company is always a story. And although there's a strict structure in the proposal template, there's always room for the storyline to make sure that it's coherent, that it's understandable, that things relate to each other. And it helps keeping it short because you don't have to repeat things. Sometimes some things feel more important than others, and you want to repeat them twice or three times to make sure that they get it. Don't. It's enough if it's in there once, and it disrupts the story anyway. As we talked about in the morning, what you want to do is in a project, you want to solve problems. You want to solve real world problems. You want to address markets that are existing or create new ones. So in order to talk about that and explain it, you will need information, market data, whatever. Tell where this comes from. A link in a footnote is enough, but just claim things that you don't have proof for. You might have asked yourself, why was he talking in the morning so much about the strategy and this alignment with the European strategy on these things? These are the things that evaluators look for. They have this list that they have to check of does the proposal cover this? These passwords help the evaluators to tick the box, because they're not looking for the best proposal. They're looking for the proposal with the least mistakes, with the least things missing. So if all boxes are ticked, you're one of the proposals with the least things missing, which means you get up to 14.5 points. And this is what puts you above the threshold for getting to either stage 2 or to the interview. Avoid repetition, duplication, I said that. Cross-referencing, as mentioned, blah, 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 and then go ahead, but don't repeat it. Quantify every single quantifiable statement by numbers, by footnotes. Don't put links into the text. Put it into footnotes. And don't use links also to extend your proposal. You can find closer description here on our website. This does not fly. People will check your links, your references, but they will ignore all of these things. If you want to know about our technology, go here. No. And yeah, you might have a total great picture of your company and your company's vision in your head. It might not be the same of your co-founder or your CTO or somebody else. So it's really, really important if you work on such a proposal that you work in teams with everybody in the company who has responsibility should know what's in there and should have read it, just to make sure that you're all on the same page. Because if this is successful, then this project will influence how your company is developing in the next couple of years. So it's not just a strategy paper or something like that. This is actually, if you're lucky, the backbone of the development of your company for the next 2 years with a lot of European money. So everybody should be on board because what's in there what you promise that you're going to do, the deliverers you put in there, this you have to deliver unless if you want the money. If you don't deliver it, you don't get the money. So this is the thing. So everybody in the team should be on board with, okay, this is where we want to go. This is the market. This is the solution. Okay. There are quite a few documents that you can use to help. So there's the EIC work program. There's a guide of applicants and the annotated EIC Accelerator template, as we heard in the morning. It will be updated. Also, the guide of applicants will be updated by the NCP network. As soon as by the end of October, the final work program is out, the final definition of what the application form will look like is out. You will get this. This also will be updated. What I think is super interesting is the EIC Data Hub. The EIC Data Hub is a website that contains all funded SME instrument and EIC projects. This is interesting in two ways. One, just to get a general feel of what companies in your general area have been funded and what they've been working on, but especially also as a reference point for things you don't need to apply for anymore. Because they will not fund the same idea twice. So looking to that, with the idea you had, you might not find it in any patent databases or papers, but in there you will find all these basic ideas of what they were doing. And if there was a project that has been doing all that already, there's no point in doing it again. You won't get funding. And of course, the FAQ. Okay, you go to the funding and tender portals, you look for the EIC Accelerator, but then 2026, but that's not online yet. So I could put the screenshot in. You can only find the short application link in the funding and tenders portal. You will never find the link to the long application or the in there, because that's a hidden link. You only get that once you're approved for stage 2. So you will only find this. And here then you decide whether you're gonna want to go for a challenge or for the general bottom up. But you can also decide afterwards if you want to go for the challenge in the second phase. Sometimes they would even put you, reading your short application, they will put you towards a challenge if it fits the challenge. Okay. Now we are looking at the short application, the basic structure. The basic structure has 2 parts. There's part A, where you have all the administrative stuff. You have your general information, you have the participants and contact details, there's the budget overview, ethics, and then there's some call-specific questions. If you're working with a defense project or with a health project, you have to answer certain questions there. And I recommend to do this first, because this is really basic information you have at hand before you even really developed your proposal. It's about your organization. Do this first, because there are stories of people who said, I'm going to do that later, I'm going to do that later. And then they see, okay, it's 4 o'clock in the afternoon, 5 o'clock is the deadline, and I haven't filled that out. And I might need some information from a colleague that I don't have. and then your proposal is inadmissible if there's something missing in here. So do that first. Then before you go to the part B, which is the template. So it's not 50 pages anymore. It will be somewhere between 20 and 30 pages. And well, the first idea of the program committee actually was make it a maximum of 15 pages based on the short proposal and give the companies just a couple of weeks to improve it. But yeah, you know, we're in the European Union, we have to make it a little bit more complicated. So this is probably going to be. So then you have the pitch deck, the financial information, data consent form. I don't know if they still will need the freedom to operate analysis in the future. I have no idea. Maybe they will, maybe they won't. The data management plans, CVs of all your key personnel, letters of intent or letters of support from potential clients, users, friendly customers, whoever you can think of to prove that you have market traction, and then other additional documents if needed. Okay, this is the administrative form, the general information. Here you also put in the contact person, and there you can put a list of people that are going to be working on this project. And there's always a problem because this is general, and this is for Horizon Europe. So they are always talking about senior scientists, junior scientists, and this. In many companies, you don't have scientists. Don't be confused. It's if you're the manager, you're a senior scientist. Just, I would say, go by how much people earn. The biggest earners are the senior scientists, and then you go down. So this is, yeah, this always causes confusion. I get at least once a month a call. What should I put in there? There we have no scientists in our company. The budget for the proposal, and then there's this ethics questionnaire. And here you put in the funding type for your proposal. So you say grant only, blended financing, equity only. That's where you define that. Okay, part B of the short proposal. This will not change by all the information. You start with the problem company description. What's our company? What does our company stand for? And then the problem and opportunities. Okay, we're doing this because we see, I don't know, many cats have cancer, and it's probably, and we think it's because this or that, and we prove that by data of this and that, and this is why we're going to do this. This is why we're going to seize this opportunity. And then you talk about the solution and the product. So it's, especially for non-experts, it's a way of leading them into your world of thought. From, okay, we're having a problem. This is an opportunity for our company because we have this idea, and then you talk about the innovation and the USP. And this is what's called excellence in a proposal. And then we have another part, impact, and then the implementation. Impact is the good that you're going to generate for yourself or the world, more or less. So that means you talk about the market, you could talk about the competitors, how are you better, why are you going to succeed on the market, and the broad impact. This is what we talked about in the morning regarding all these different strategic goals of the European Union. This is what you have to relate to in here, in broad impact. And then you have the implementation, team management, and the funding requests. And I find that really interesting that many companies fail here in this part. But that's simple project management. There is no reason for not getting all the full points in here. Here and here. I mean, this is way more complicated. But this is where they mostly succeed and then fail here. Because this is the fun part to write. This is where I can be creative, where I can all these things. This is boring. Yeah. But if you don't get the full points here in this area, you're not going to get the project. So put effort in here too. Sure. No, okay. Yes, definitely. And there are two parts of presenting this. First, in the part A, because in the part A, there's ample room to talk about former funded projects, publications that you made, and all these kind of things that build like. It's more or less an overall picture of your company, and the most essential part you repeat here in the proposal. So part A is general for the company, and there you can put more or less everything you have. And here you only put the things that are really directly related to the project. Does this answer your question? Good. Okay, now we are in the proposal form. So the question looks more or less like this. Describe your company, explain your vision and your ambition to scale up. So talk about blah, 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 we're there and we're gonna conquer the world. And you explain why your company will be able to do that. Based on what we just talked about, company description, former projects. And this is especially hard for startups because they have no track record. So all they can build on is the vision. That is why I'm saying the chances for startups are quite much slimmer than for SMEs that are already established. But still, about half of the applicants come from startups have never seen a client in their life before or a customer. Okay, problem solution, market opportunity. I really like the way that it's formulated here. The problem that you are trying to address. So you're not trying to address the problem, you're going to actually address the problem and you're going to solve it. So, well, I like the way it's formulated in there. And this is explain why there's a problem and for whom is sometimes an exercise that's really hard. Because problems might have different levels and layers. And that's especially true in the health tech area. Because yeah, you find something. I talked to one of the colleagues who's not here anymore, who's doing something in the area of diabetes, in the general area of diabetes. And we all know diabetes is a huge health problem in the civilized world. But it's not only an problem of the individual, it's a problem that has many, many layers affecting the health system, the workforce, all these kind of things. So you have to actually go through all these layers and explain how your solution is address all these different problems in which way, and they address it in different ways. And this is where you really have to know not only the problem, but also the market in general, because the big question here, and I mean, who's actually going to pay for that? And you really have to be able to answer this question. Who's actually going to pay for this? I mean, I don't know what it's like in Romania, but in Austria, we are not used to pay for anything regarding health because we've got our insurance and we go to the dentist and to wherever we go, everything's paid for if you are willing to wait for like 3, 4, 5, 6 months for an appointment. But still, the common perception is we don't pay. So if you have a healthcare product and you say it's going to benefit the patient and forget that the patient is never going to pay for it, you have to think about who's actually going to pay and who's going to profit. What other problem does it solve, or does it doesn't? Because if it doesn't solve a problem, for example, for an insurance company or a hospital, then it's never going to get to the market. And this is what evaluators but it's the same in other like environmental technologies. It's the same. It could be the greatest technology to save energy. If you have to spend a lot of money somewhere else, or if it's really, really way too complicated to insert into a production process, it's gonna cause more problems than it solves. Okay, here is the solution. Users. We talked about that. I was going ahead. I was being a little bit ahead of myself. But then also why it's breakthrough. We talked about breakthrough already, something that's never been done before, that changes the perspective of the market, of how things are done. So you really have to explain it to them. It's not like, of course it's breakthrough. Don't you understand? No. You really have to explain why it is breakthrough. And what is also really important is to argue your TRL level, because projects under TRL 6 are not being funded. And it's not enough to say, okay, we've reached TRL. I recommend here, and I have it in there a little bit later, to use a TRL scale and explain more or less the journey of your company until you reach that. Okay, we did TRL 3 we did that, TRL 4 we did that, and TRL 5 we reached that. So now we're in TRL 6 now, and we want to do that. So visualize your TRL journey. And equally important is, of course, your business model. You know the business model canvas, right? This is a really good tool to think about the business model, and there is this business St. Gallen University business model generator. I don't know if you've seen that online, with like 72 different business models combining things. This is a nice thing to look at if you wanna find a way to describe your business model and maybe get some creative ideas of what your business model could be like, because business model is not just producing and selling. There's way more than that, and that's what they expect in there. Even if it's super simple, you have to describe it, and this is also when we're talking about the pitch deck, at least one slide solely focused on the business model. To explain that, how we're going to make money, recurring revenues, yes, no, and so on and so on. So basically, what I talked before, who is willing to pay for it. And of course, talking about the competitors. Bye. Am I so boring? And yes, I mean, explain why your innovation will be successful in this market. I love this question. Because it's fantasy. I mean, you never know. Just take a wild guess. Actually, but yeah, that's what they want to hear. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I can tell you a couple of examples of companies that I worked with that have been successful. I don't really remember exactly what they were writing in there, but the first client I had there was back SME instrument, for example. They were building a vacuum. Double-walled vacuum-sealed LNG tank, which means the temperature stays the same, the LNG doesn't evaporate, and you can use it for road traffic. That has not been there before. And we've worked on that proposal quite a while. And I don't know what exactly their example was, why they were convinced that the innovation will be successful. But what they're doing and what you actually should do is, I mean, we talked about the unique selling proposition before, and this is actually another way of wording a USP thing, because now you can use a truck that drives with LNG for much longer, because it can be on the road longer, because the LNG doesn't evaporate, and plus we can use it also for hydrogen, for example, in this. There has not been a solution that you could use for hydrogen and LNG at the same time. So that's one of the things. I think they will be successful. Well, they widely overestimated the market. They thought by 2025 most long-haul trucks will drive with that. Well, it's not. Okay, they have two customers that buy their by no means as successful and big as they are. Let me think. Where else could be a good example? Maybe a not so good example is this client of mine who won the EIC Accelerator. They were building, how is it called? A transmission system for huge loads. For machines, transmission system. And they were absolutely convinced that this is gonna work, because it was technology, it was breakthrough technology, because you could, with little power, with this transmission system, leverage huge loads, and it was basically indestructible. And this is why they said, okay, we're going to be super successful with that. Problem is, it costs. They didn't manage to scale down, to manage to put the price down. So after the project, they went bankrupt because nobody would buy it. Because nobody pays 5 times as much for a transmission system, even if it's for big lorries and these kind of things. If it costs that much, people always still think about money. Yeah, but it really totally depends on the market and the structure of the market, why exactly this will be successful. It's mostly a combination of great idea, affordability and availability of whatever you're producing. I'm sorry, I can't give you a much better answer here than that. Okay, here, broad impacts. We talked a lot about this in the morning. And here your team and your management. And many times you don't really, at the time of the application, you don't have the team that you should have. But this is not a problem. This is really not a problem as long as you know who else you need. So usually what you do is you explain your team structure and you have your organigram, and then you say, okay, we know exactly where. Usually it's a business person or a salesperson. We're still looking for somebody who heads international sales with this and this and this qualification. Or we're still missing a production manager who can actually scale up our production facilities, because now we're just assembling stuff and we can do that. But if you want to scale and produce, I don't know, hundreds of thousands of pieces of whatever, we actually need a professional production. Speaking of which, I have yet to see the successful proposal of a company that says we are a fabless company, meaning we only develop the technology and the production is going to be outsourced. I have many, not many, but quite a few companies go with this business model, saying, okay, we want to be mostly capex free in our company. We don't want to do that. They are never. In Austria, I haven't seen any, and I know I've seen all of the Austrians because I'm in the training team for the pitching training. They are never successful. So if you're a product company, you should always, for the sake of the proposal, aim to produce the hardware yourself. You might have some parts that you must buy, like computer chips, for example. You're not going to build up your own computer chip factory for that. But assembling and producing the essential parts that also make, that are the basis of your IP, usually, you don't outsource that. That's the view of the EIC. It's not my personal view. Many times it totally makes sense to do that, but you won't get funding from the EIC if you say, okay, I'm going to outsource everything. We're going to fabless. It's just going to be an office somewhere in a nice location, last floor, great view, but the labor is going to take place somewhere else. Like for Austria, it would then usually be, I don't know, we're going to produce it in Turkey or in Bulgaria or whatever, or say China and you're out, you know. So this is why I'm saying you should really always tell the story that there's gonna be a lot of value creation in Europe when this project is realized. By value creation, I really mean taking raw materials or pre-materials and make something out of value out of it in Europe. Best in your company, because this is actually how you make money. Service is nice, but it really doesn't make money. Well, unless you're Netflix or something. Okay. Yeah. The funding request. And I've seen that this can be, sometimes half a page is long enough for that. How much do you need? Grant and investment. And we've talked about that already. Why have you not been able to get money from the private sector? So here you have to really explain, I need the EIC, otherwise this whole innovation will never come to the market. It's way too risky, and this is why it's great when you talk to investors beforehand, right? So you can get actually put in the feedback that you got from your investors. Name all the investors you talked to. Absolutely no problem. I talked to group this, group that, and they told me blah blah. This is the argument here. You can also attach, for example, an email from supporting documents, supporting that you talk to them when you go from the finance group. This finance group. We love your idea, but it's way too early, or we love your idea, but it's too risky. I wish you had another public investor, then we could co-finance, stuff like that. It's worth gold for an application. And sometimes you get that. I mean, of course, figures are indicative. So it's just a wild guess. As we said, when you write test, you're at least 9 months away from starting the project. And 9 months can make a huge difference. Okay, pitch deck. I already talked about that. That's the second part. You define the problem, the solution, the market opportunity. But this is now, and this is really important. Use as many words, as few words as possible on the slides. Because, I mean, you're going to be basing your pitch deck for the step 2 on the pitch deck of the step 1. And when you do the interview training, when you hand in the pitch deck, it's fixed. You can't change it after you've been invited to the interview. So if you put in too many words, then you might not be able to change the story after you had an interview training where the Enterprise Europe Network colleagues or whoever your consultant is, like, okay, good, but maybe you should say this and this and that. But if you have just words on your pitch deck, then it's really hard to change the story. So use graphics and these kind of things. Use the same. And if you worked on graphics for the proposal, then it's much easier here to do that. And you use Claude to do this graphic. The timeline is something we have not talked about yet. You know, this is this thing where you have the great hockey stick. Okay, this is where we are now, and then we're gonna lose a little bit of money. This is where we need you, but then we're gonna go up there. I would be careful with that because many of these hockey sticks are not very realistic on the one hand. And that's what investors see all the time. If you want to stick out, maybe it's not a hockey stick. Maybe do something that you can actually achieve. Although, I have to say, I mean, this is all fantasy. That's also clear. It's all fantasy. It's something that's yet to be realized once you get 2.5 million euros. But it needs to be your fantasy, not the fantasy of your consultant. Okay, pitch video. Okay, here I'm just telling you a story of the pitch video of a woman-led company, my client that have now put in their phase 2 proposal, and they're working in the rail sector, and they invented a thing. You know, when you rail equipment, wagons and stuff, they need to be maintained all the time, like at least once a year, sometimes twice a year. And the most important thing are the breaks, right? At the moment, when this happens, they come into the rail garage and they have to be taken apart, checked, and then put together. So it takes like a week to do that. What they have developed, and they've been in the business for years. So what they've developed now is like a very tiny, like a piece of paper sensor that they could put in there between the wheel and the brake, and then perform the monitoring without taking the whole thing apart. I mean, this is breakthrough innovation. But it's actually quite hard to explain to somebody who's never been in such a maintenance environment. So what they did, I loved it. And so the CFO, a woman, even better, a woman in work gear underneath a wagon, putting it in there and explaining what they do. It was really noisy around. The quality was not, the sound quality was not that good, but still. So really showing what they're doing in work gear. So that was absolutely perfect. So whenever there's a chance of doing exactly this, explaining something very, very complicated in a video, just put it in, put it out, because next to it was, okay, this is how it's done. Or you could see everything laying around on the floor. And so, really showing what this does was perfect. So this is, if you ever have the chance, to do something like this, I mean, okay, if it's with only a digital product, it's probably complicated to do that. But for this, it was just beautiful. And yeah, you talk, and this is a great chance to show your key team. Here, the 3 people, 3 different roles, ideally. I mean, what's not very nice is when there are 3 people standing together, 3 men or in the mid-30s standing in front of a screen talking. This is, yeah, that's the second best option of making such a video, to be honest. But it doesn't need to be a professional video. You can do it with your iPhone. You don't need to spend a lot of money on that. Okay, so just to wrap up, for the short application, what you need is the disruptive idea, the market orientation with the European dimension, focus on the solution, show that your business model is scalable, the justification for European funding, as we talked about, you need it structured, you need it to be coherent, and the potential of reaching a wide impact, and of course the team. So, and this is the questions that the evaluators have to answer. Just to give you a feeling, and this is also a great way if you're using generative AI, use these questions to improve your proposal. This really works. Okay. The full proposal, as I said, this is out of date, but there's no new version of it. But in principle, it's probably not going to change that much. There will still be excellence, impact, and implementation. And there will be, since it's lump sum funding, we will have to have a very detailed implementation plan. And the funding request, of course. Broad impact, I think there's, oh yeah, there's, exactly. So these are the things that go together. It looks a little bit different, this one, as the regular Horizon Europe application forms, but as I said, we have no idea what it's going to look like in the future. But it's definitely not going to be this AI-powered tool that we had for a year that was a complete disaster. Okay. What's not going to change is you always will get a resubmission or the submission itself. You will always get an evaluation summary report for your step 1 or for an unsuccessful step 2 application. Use this as a source of improving your idea and what you're doing. This is because they're now really good. They used to be like very, very short. Now evaluators are forced to really write why they give you the amount of points that they're giving you. Now they are really, really good. And I mean, the executive summary that we had here, this is actually the text that they will use for all kinds of publications. And this is more or less what's also then on the EIC Data Hub about your project. So no sensitive information in there, but marketing. Okay. I'm not going to go through this now in detail, but and I suppose it will be the next annotated template will be more or less has the same structure, and I really recommend using it because it's great. It tells you, it really explains to you every section of the proposal and what you need. So I have a couple of screenshots here for you, like the executive summary. It tells you, okay, what you should put in there and how long it should be. This is perfect, just for managing of your proposal. Oh, business case. It really tells you what is expected. I mean, this is based on good practice, and it's brilliant for prompting. Really great for prompting. I would say 70% of the prompting is already in this in this description. So business case, what does it mean? Describe the mission of your company. What's the wider ecosystem that can benefit from it? It's really great because they ask you, they give you food for thought of things that you probably would have not thought about. So this is why it's really good. But and that's the big but. You read all these questions that they propose, and you start writing, and suddenly you're at 70 pages. And then you have to go back and reduce it again. But it's easier to reduce than to expand, because when you expand, it's usually hot air. And if you reduce it, then it gets more compact. Okay, problem, opportunity. Really nicely explained what's meant by that, how you describe it. So this is, I can't imagine that they will ask a lot of very, very different questions than they're asking now. But yeah, we will see. And I know the colleagues from the NCPs, they will do a good job describing that. Then solution, product service, USP, how to explain the USP. Yeah, this is what I wanted to show you. Here is this TRL description. Always use something like that. It can be this way, it can be that way, and just say, okay, our company is here because we did this and that. I have that on the next slide. Yeah, exactly. So you have your TRL levels here, and that's the description, the basic description, and then okay, this is where we are now, where we at, and that was the goals that we wanted to reach. This is super, super clear, understandable, and then nobody can argue that you didn't argue properly which TRL level you reached. So I would always go with this. It's not as nice, it's not as colorful, but I think it's very, very powerful in its description. And you can also put the vision in here when you're like here, and this is then the goals that you want to reach. IP strategy. We haven't talked about IP yet here the whole day. If you can't protect the IP of your product, it's of your solution, there's no point in going for the EIC Accelerator. That's as simple as that. It needs to be a new technical solution that can be patented. Because why? Because hardly any investor would invest in something where there is no IP protection in there, unless it's such an amazing idea like Jeff Bezos had with Amazon. But yeah, so what you really need is a good IP strategy, and don't confuse the IP strategy with the freedom to operate analysis. Something completely different. Here you go, because a freedom to operate analysis, usually you have to spend money on that. You go to a patent lawyer, and he or she makes a freedom to operate analysis. I don't know what that costs here. I know in Austria you pay between 2,000 and 20,000 euros, depending on the lawyer and how. Yeah. But for the freedom to operate, you just have to prove that you had a professional check it. The IP strategy is different. That's about your company and how you want to protect that. And here you have ample ways of doing that. And I would suggest here in this, don't only talk about patenting. Talk about designs, talk about trademark, talk about secrets, talk about contracts, work contracts, confidentiality clauses, and all that kind of stuff. Because this is what they want to read. And I mean, it's important anyway to do that and to think about it. Because it's really surprising. We have this university incubator called Science Park in Graz. And these are newly found companies. They can stay until the year 2 after establishment of the company. And most of them don't have an IP strategy, which is very, very odd. Yeah. So talking about that is one of my favorite pastimes with these companies. At the latest here, you need it in step 2. A really good IP strategy. Do you have any IP strategy consultants in the area? But I really because for stuff like that, I really recommend an expert to do that, because when you use generative that doesn't give you good results. I've seen that. Okay, freedom to operate analysis, we already talked about that. Always get it externally is my recommendation, because then it's way more believable. Okay, market analysis, and you always have these nice TAM, SAM, SOM, and CAGR graphics. There are many, many different ways of doing that. Whatever you like best and what fits into the design that you used. I mean, Yeah. We talked about that you have to put sources towards all the numbers you use. These two, tam and sum, there you can put numbers behind. Some, there are no sources for that. They're just wild guesses. But if you're talking about the market, you really need to have some source of, okay, this is the market I'm talking about exactly, and this is the size of the market I'm talking about. Yeah, competitors analysis, this is something where I sometimes hear, well, we don't have competitors because we're so brand new, we do something nobody else does. This is never true. You always work in a kind of ecosystem where there are other players. What you have to do is, even if there's a product that nobody else has, there are products that are in the area of what you do. So here, the best way of doing it is finding the worst examples of competitors so they can show how great you are. So like doing something like this. 90% use this kind of competitor analysis. Okay? This is me, these are the competitors, these are all the features. I have all and they don't. This is easy to grasp, but a little bit simple. I prefer this kind of stuff. Here, I say, okay, we are here. And here you can show the ecosystem a little bit better of where you are also in terms of technology, of usability. You can use different axes here to describe that. I like this because this gives you a much better, but it gives the evaluator a much better understanding of the market you're in, and for you the possibility to show that you know the market you're talking about. Yeah, and then you have your marketing and sales plan as well. So what really helps is these like forecast things that should not look like out of a science fiction novel, but be kind of realistic. Yeah, and as I already said, team and management, if you don't have anything, you have the people in you, and they need to be convincing. The ones that you already have in your team. So describing who they are, their expertise, and the CV. I think it's really important to put a photo in there. Although you have a video, with a photo you can use the whole team. You can have like a nice group picture. Maybe not from your last excursion to the seaside or something like that, but in front of your company. And then there are advisory report. I really love it, these advisory report stuff, because many companies have all these amazing advisory reports with like these super international professors in there. I find it sometimes very unbelievable that they really have access to all these people. I'm afraid sometimes it's just finding the most famous people on LinkedIn and putting them in an advisory report. I mean, if you have an advisory report in there, then in your supporting document, you need some kind of written confirmation that these people are really in your advisory report. If you don't have that, don't put it in. Yeah, risk. This is for this risk analysis, AI works brilliantly. I mean, because it needs to be something super standard as many people use. Defining the risk and the mitigation measures takes, if you have the rest written, it takes 10 minutes. So I really don't. Okay, the financial plan. Yeah, that's very individual, but it needs to be put in. And then you have the EIC specific information, like the logic framework approach, the Gantt, description of activities. Here, sometimes 12 pages is too short. There you will have a challenge, especially when you have more work packages. Especially if you're pretty technical, then 12 pages can be short. And it's always the question where to cut. I'd rather cut tasks than description of tasks, to be honest. Okay, that's the rest of the deliverables, milestones, risks, subcontracting. Careful, deliverables and milestones are not the same. You might need many deliverables, but you only need a few milestones. Subcontracting, yeah, if you need that maximum 20%, but I think this is way too much detail now. This, on the other hand, is important because this is where you explain why you actually need the European Union and its support. Why it's not possible for a company to get money elsewhere. And also where I say, okay, this is our financing strategy, and it has to do with our non-bankability, and this we're going this way. And then one of my favorites, the exit strategy. Some projects are obviously designed for getting as much public funding as possible to a certain point and then exit immediately to not having to do the hard work. This usually comes with pharma companies, pharma, medical stuff, and this is why these companies are hardly ever successful. Like the new cancer drug, where within the in the project you probably do like animal trials, or maybe a first clinical trial, not even animal trials, and proof of concept. They usually don't get funding because these are projects. I mean, you've probably seen this project. I see many of them also in Austria. Fantasy numbers of exits. It's not the strategy of the commission to finance a couple of people so that they can make a huge exit, because making an exit is not value generation. They're really looking for value generation. Of course, eventually you're gonna exit, but then, like one of the first clients I had who won this, a measuring company in Austria, also in the railway sector. They invented this laser measuring device that they could use also for serial production of steel and stuff. Really very smart. They got the EIC. They were already like 60 people in this company. They're making good money. And they got the EIC Accelerator to bring their technology to the next level. And then they were bought by a big Swedish conglomerate because they wanted to use this technology in all their different branches. So, like, for example, measuring, when you have like nice cars and you can really see when you open the hood, it's exactly straight on both sides, measuring like these super exact measurings. It's all done now by technology with this company. Yeah, this is there. You generate wealth for the founders, of course. They're now investors. But it's still a technology. It stays in Europe. It improves the productivity of European factories. So this is a kind of exit that's positive. But if an American venture buys you out, first you get like 2 million from the commission, and then you get 100 million from American venture. There's no value generation in Europe. So this is even if it's the story behind, don't tell it if you want to get the grant. Okay, funding request here, grant only, blended finance, or equity only. This you only need one page. Okay, broad impact, we already talked about that. I don't need to. And then you have the annexes. Here, the pitch deck, the financial information template, data consent, freedom to operate analysis, the data management plan. There's a template, you don't have to invent that. LOEs, CVs, and other supporting documents like from your advisory report and stuff like that. Okay, this is the new process now from 2026. This is already approved. Up until now, it was just a remote evaluation of your proposals, right? Step 2, it's sent out, evaluators read it, they give you a thumbs up or a thumbs down, and you get either invited to the interview or not. Now, what they're going to do is, in step 1, they're going to hire one external expert that's going to do a technology deep dive, like a technological due diligence on your project. This will also include either remote interview or will come to your site, check your IP, and do all of that. The reason for that is also generative AI, because there have been proposals with impossible technologies in there, and that really confused the hell out of all the evaluators. And they were complaining that it's really hard to prove whether this exists or not, because if it's generated by ChatGPT will also tell you it exists. That's a bit of a problem there with the hallucinations. So what they're doing now is that they actually, if it sounds cool, they're gonna send somebody there and say, okay, does this really work? Like the robots that I talked about earlier. I think this is really gonna be a game changer for the whole process, because then you don't fund any promises anymore that are not actually gonna be realizable within the project time frame. I think this is really, really good. Bringing it a little bit back to reality, also in terms of market, I think, because you go there, read this proposal, it's perfect, and then this person goes there, and it's like one tiny little office in a business park. So, and in half a year, you want to spend 2.5 million scaling up your company, completely unbelievable. I think it makes sense to do some, I call it a reality check, actually. Okay, and once this is passed, it's thumbs up, then it goes to 3 external experts for remote evaluation. So I really wonder how many projects are going to be kicked out in this first stage just for having written a wonderful science fiction novel. I don't know. Yeah, then remote evaluation, including the due diligence report, and yeah, and then there will be evaluation panels now, which I think makes a lot of sense, especially also from a strategic point of view, because I don't know if you know that there are so-called portfolio managers in Brussels in relation to the EIC that oversee more or less the EIC portfolio in different areas. And they have been complaining that they have a lot to do and they're responsible for their portfolio, but they have no say in which projects are selected. So from a strategic point of view, of course, it makes sense for them to be in there and say, okay, now we have this interesting portfolio of European technologies there that we can promote and focus and do. So yeah, this is, it's an interesting approach. I mean, of course, it's a little bit politically influenced and there, it might raise the question, why is it not only excellence-based? Yeah, but that's something politicians have to decide. I can only complain about it if it doesn't fit my... If the Austrians don't get in, then I can complain about political influence. Okay, what will be assessed? I suppose they will still assess the same things, the breakthrough, timing, scale-up potential, key partners, team milestones. So this is more or less the grid or the logic of the assessment. This is also a very nice, if you want to check your proposal, this is a very nice decision tree for AI to check your proposal. Okay, getting to the end. Yeah, it's about time. Jurors really like clear business ideas, something that you can actually explain on one piece of paper. That's absolutely perfect. And the demonstration of market needs. This is, I mean, of course, I'm not spending money on anything where there is no market need, and the credibility of the team. I mean, I'm repeating myself now, but I mean, this is, that's actually the key message here. Focusing on product market fit is key. Providing a solid proof of concept and feedback from external partners like LOEs and these kind of things. They really, really help for success. Because evaluators are just people like you and me. You can actually all be evaluators. You can't. But if you don't work for the Enterprise Europe network, you can actually be an evaluator for this. And if you're a woman, you're especially welcome to do that. And it's actually great because you get to read super interesting projects and you get paid. So it's something that I would consider. I mean, funding and tender portal, register as an expert, and then you can say, okay, once a year I want to do it, then you get like 15 projects to read. And you work, I'd say, you work for that like a week maybe, but this will finance you your next extended vacation to wherever you want to go, Australia, New Zealand, something like that. And yeah, they need especially young people with open minds doing that, because many evaluators are retired professors, and that's a real problem. And I'm gonna retire professors from Eastern Europe. So I mean, you can imagine when you think back to your university time, what their mindset was. And that's, I mean, if these people evaluate these projects, yeah, ideally there are entrepreneurs, there's some entrepreneurs in there, but they work under pressure. So your job is to make their job easier by writing a nice, easy to read proposal. And the people in Brussels interview, these are mostly finance people. And you can find the list online. If you type in EIC Accelerator jury members, you find the list to see if there are some Romanian people on there. I don't know. I know there's only one Austrian on this list. Oh yeah, oh yeah. Yeah, of course. That was really interesting. Yeah. Okay, so the interview, about 12 to 13 weeks after the cutoff, fixed time. So you have to go there. No chance. Up to 3 members of the team to pitch. 2 is best. 1 alone. I wouldn't send 1 person alone there, but make sure the person speaks proper English. I mean, we had a company one of my clients at the last interview. And there's only one of them could speak English, and the other one didn't speak. I mean, his English, I had no idea. I mean, he was the technical guy, you know. The business guy, English was perfect. The technical guy, his English was terrible. I said, okay, I mean, if he ever has to speak, they're not going to get it. I didn't understand what he was talking about. And it's just such a great company in an environmental technology. That was really hard. So 4 to 6 members and observers from EIC Fund, EIB, and so on. So this is like talking to investors and investors pitch. Okay, pitch deck, we already talked about that. It's more or less the same. And yeah, for the pitch deck, for especially the second phase, you need to have a very nice story to tell the investors there. Starting from why is it so important to do that? And this is why health is great, because the first slide you show this like suffering little child with whatever diseases have, and then you go through the whole story, and in the end you show this this child smiling and happy in the park. Yeah, I mean, come on, that's marketing too, and this really works perfectly. I have a client that has this. They're called Symptoma, and they're running this rare disease orphan drug database for helping doctors to diagnose rare diseases, sponsored by orphan drug companies. I mean, a really great business idea because it's really hard to diagnose rare diseases, right? And they had exactly this story of this child that has been through 20 doctors, everybody diagnosed something else, and then they found it's a rare disease and 2 pills and he was fine. But these are the stories that always really work. Yeah, so what I was saying is try to find, I mean, not every story is as nice as the one of the kid, but even environmental technologists, you can always have this angle of personally engaging the people in the jury, something they might sympathize with. You know, the world's going to shit if we don't have this. Or like this one company that I told you earlier, 50% of all the fish in the ocean go to feed other animals. I mean, this is something that scares everybody if you hear that the first time. Things like that are really great for starting a pitch deck, because then you got the attention. Okay, 10-minute pitch, 35-minute Q&A session. And this is actually what we wanted to do here today. If the company hadn't, we would have acted as a jury, and this one company would have come in, pitched, and then we would have grilled them. That would have been fun. But it's also really helpful. We do that in Austria for all the companies that are invited. We invite them to Vienna for a day, and then we do as if we were these mean jurors in Brussels. So we don't treat them very nice at the beginning. They pitch, and then we do a really hard Q&A with them. I mean, we've been doing that since 2014, so we're pretty good at that. But then we have a feedback session as well. We give them, okay, this was good, this was not so good. This is what you should change, and this is why I'm saying, don't write too much on your slides. Use graphics and images, because then you can change the story you're telling to your slides, because no story is perfect. And with these feedbacks, you can always improve the story a little bit. You will never be perfect, but you can improve it. But if you have written everything down, script word for word on the slides, then then you can't really change a lot. Okay, and it really helps this Q&A. There is somewhere on the Enterprise Europe Network website or at the NCP website. There's a list of questions that the jury asks. I don't have the link with me now, but you can find that there on the NCP's website. This is really helpful. Okay, they after the jury they will get together and decide whether you're approved or not. I mean, it's going to be really hard for the jury if you sit there for like 2 weeks, listen to pitches every day, 5 pitches every day. It's really hard to decide which ones are the best. So yeah, I think it would be interesting, but I'm telling you, after 2 days of pitching training for my clients in Vienna, I don't want to hear any more pitches. So I don't know how they do it for like 2 weeks. Okay, strategy of success, once again, focus on market, product fit, and solid proof of the concept you're providing. And last but not least, the Enterprise Europe Network Support Services. So we work across all topics. I like to say we know nothing about everything, and that's perfect. We're flexible, and it's for free. It's free, but not worthless. That's brilliant. What we're trying to do is we communicate transparently. So if we think your company is not fit for that, we're gonna tell you. If you think it's fit for you, then we're gonna push you and try to get you there. But there will be internal deadlines, of course, that we have. So 2 days before the cutoff date, it's probably not possible. But we do proofread all the documents. I always recommend proofreading in tandems so that we can compare notes. It just gives a better experience. And okay, that was it from my side. 1.5. Perfect in time. Thank you very much. And if you have any questions, of course, I'm still here.
Okay, I hope to hear it. It was a full day today. Thank you. You came in Bucharest. I hope to have time to visit some location in Bucharest, or maybe as I
what would
hear.
be interesting?
There are a lot, but we will talk after we close the event. Thank you all for enjoying us in online presence and physical presence, and hope to have a quality proposal in the future to EIC Accelerator, and good advice and a lot of trips for application, and hope to be very hopefully and very useful for Romania Innovator, because we need it. Thank you very much again.